Hey Vin, I liked your performance on the thing Arcana did today. That was awesome. Hey Reggie, welcome in, welcome in. We're getting caught up. We're gonna start pretty soon.
recap while you all mark down your inspirations. Oh, right, I haven't tested my camera. I know it broke last time. Hold on. It's my forehead. Hello, it's me. All right, how's it going? Yes, let's pick it up. Let's pick it up where we left it. So, yes, previously on our adventure, the party, having battled against the head matron Viverkton and her most powerful servants and loyal children of Malice, a faction of Lolth-worshipping drow and hobgoblins. After our victory, the instability of the portal having been used, channeled and focused through a staff with what looked to have been a symbol of the Lux and this crystalline sort of dodecahedron, we were flung, instead of opening a realm to Lolth's lair of Abyss, instead we were thrown through a realm of through a moment of sort of chance and improbability. We were sort of thrown into a land of whimsy and wondrous sights. None other than the Feywild, the mystical lands. We sort of visited there. We sort of tried to orient ourselves real fast, tried to get some directions and figure out where to go from here. We visited a bar, a strange, giant sort of beehive bar, where we danced and drank and traveled on to a spot where Zoria felt the presence of another of these Vesh sworn, and spoke with him. A turtle, this old turtle man who managed to avoid his fate by sort of stumbling onto this magicless zone in the Feywild. He explained to Zoria that the only way to free herself and many others who are sworn to Vesh, now that she had a moment of clarity, realizing that maybe I don't love this Vesh as much as I thought I did, the only way to free herself was to never love again. With that difficult thought to digest, we continued on. We got some... Oh yeah, also we got some new suits tailored from a magical sort of artisan we met in the Feywild, and we met a stunningly beautiful dryad, a nymph of some sort called the Moon Mistress, who granted us a boon of Fey Chaos to Zoria, who accepted to carry her mark that would allow her to glimpse into our world. A creature that cannot leave her waters, bound here yet yearning for adventure this way through this mark, she can now sort of see in the moments of great victory or triumph or excitement through Zoria. But of course it does bring through a little bit of whimsy with it. That said, while in the Feywild, Talion thought to try some of his new arcane powers, casting a magical spell and cleansing the strange mark of corruption, of despoiling from a
Who's that Pokemon?
In that last with his magic, he was able to cleanse that scar that was left deep within her soul. And for this he was later rewarded. He saw a creature as whimsical and strange as the night sky, with stars that float through her hair, what Talion probably believes to have been Sehanine, the Moonweaver, the goddess of twilight and sanctuary. With that, as we spoke with Arethusa, we stepped on through a portal. A deal was struck, and just now, our group of heroes steps through the waters and emerges, only to behold Dumaran, the dark citadel that we just destroyed. As you guys appear, you see this underground cavern space as it was before. You see you are sort of beyond the point of that second fort, the two forts that we sort of had to get through to get to the city itself. We are past Fort Dementus right now. As you see Dumoran up ahead, you see multiple small sort of army encampments of the Aurora Watch, the Kryn Dynasty soldiers that are kind of moving about. By the looks of it, you can still see sort of smoke rising in few trailing kind of places in the city here, as a few of these sort of like Wyvern riders are going across the city and looking about. As you all begin to kind of step forward and look around, you see nearby a group of these Aurora Watch are bringing sort of in manacles and like like handcuffs of sorts and binds a bunch of these like dark elves and these sort of gray-furred, these Lolth-marked hobgoblins. Now, as I quickly mentioned, most hobgoblins have a sort of like a bright red fur to them, with, whatever color eyes, blue, brown, green, whatever. But these guys, you guys have been fighting here and there. Their fur is instead sort of this kind of sickly gray color, and their eyes are always red. As you all kind of walk on through and look about, you see another like a little war tent that has been set up here and such, and you see one of the soldiers kind of look onto the distance and kind of like squint and notice you guys, and he like looks surprised and starts yelling for people over here, and you see a bunch of soldiers begin to approach you and ask you like, you're alive, you're alive, we thought we lost you in the battle's aftermath, what has happened? And they're just sort of approaching. One of them approaches you, Tally, and you recognize there's this young drow woman who's another scout. She was like your equal before you were sort of promoted, so you're sort of like her superior. She approaches and looks to you and says, Scout Sergeant Talion, you're alive. We heard news of your victory. The group, this group that was sent with you and yourself. We heard news that you've given your lives for the final triumph at the spire. And she points, and you see that tower where you guys fought. The top of it is just gone. There's like it fully exploded. There's like nothing at the top there. As she sort of looks to you as the last of these soldiers kind of surround you guys, stunned that you're alive.
We're a little bit hardier than that.
And I kind of look up at the tower and I look back at her. Where's the Tascan? He was with us up there.
The Tascan, he's further in the city. They're cleaning it up of any remaining. Most of their forces have been routed and captured, but some of them have still hold themselves in different like mining shafts and different locations. They're trying to flush them all out and capture the rest of them. He's still in the city, but the battle is ended. Scout Sergeant, it's been 6 days since the battle.
Oh
shit.
Any word on Captain Ray? Aurelius?
He looks a little wide-eyed, says, yeah, there's been some news. Captain Ilivare Olios was found executed in a prison cell.
What?
We don't know. We weren't sure. We didn't know at first, but somebody did identify her. She was captured. She was defenseless. Tortured, perhaps. She had all kinds of wounds.
Who found her?
We did. Once we went looking, the rest of the soldiers, once their leader was destroyed, once the tower imploded, the Tascan, he flew on his mount, and as he fled, something happened up there, causing this whole structure to collapse. And while we were, most of their forces lost their fervor and ferocity. They started to lose faith, I think, seeing that their head matron was dispatched. They broke rank and began to flee, allowing us to push into the city to take over most of their forces. And in the following days, just about 3 days ago, we found her body in a prison cell.
Do you know how
The
fresh
Skype?
was... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The Sky Spear, where is she?
The Sky Spear? She and many of the other forces, a lot of the orcs of the Kashtas that were there as well, the Dolarev, they've long left after the battle was done. They tended to the wounded, but after the battle was done, they, I think, returned to their home. Do you want me to go find Taskind Verenthalis? He was very distraught.
Yes, we should
thinking
talk to him. Let's go with you. We'll find him.
Yeah, I will go. I will go with you as well, Alondra.
Yeah, well, I think we should all go. We need to see him.
Very well, very well. Please, this way. And they start sort of gesturing for you guys, clearing the path for you guys. They're looking to you guys like, are you all right? Like, are you well? Are you healed? Do you need healing? Do you need anything? You were just in this horrible battle and then you disappeared. Like, what, you know,
Is Gron okay?
Gron walks into the place, looks around. He throws his arms up, says, everything's normal. Oh, that's the smell of blood. And he walks on over. There's one of these like captured drow. Looks and says, "Foul mongrel!" He walks up to him and tries to like rip his head off. And the guard's like, "Wait!" Like stop him! Like he's a prisoner. Wait! And he's like, "All right, fine. I will go find the rest of my warriors. They think I'm dead. Probably. I would think I'm dead."
Could you do me a favor, Ron?
Of course.
If you could, can you go find my people and let Ruka know that I'm alive?
Who's Ruka?
She'll show a minor image of Ruka.
My god.
The very giant redheads.
That nice lady who healed us. You don't remember, Ron? She'll show him mirror image. She'll make a small image of Ruka.
When I came to rescue and help you guys in the tower in the battle up there, I jumped off of that wyvern and fell like 700 feet, I thought at least. I think a lot of my ribs shot out of my body and I hit my head sort of, so I don't really remember a lot of faces. But this person with your mage powers, if I see her, what should I tell her?
Just tell her I'm alive.
Mm-hmm. All right, very well, I will do that. This was awesome. We should do this again. He points at the destroyed tower and he runs off.
She's gonna send him a message saying, tell her that Zoria says she loves her.
Voices in my head. And he continues to run.
Voices in my head.
As he runs off. As you guys are led by these like soldiers through the camp here, and you walk into the city and you see carnage. Just bodies on the sort of the walls. You see impaled drow and destroyed parts of the buildings here. Fireballs that have gone on, catapults that have detonated some of the neighborhoods here. As you're sort of walking on through, every once in a while you hear like a sound of battle, and you look over and you see emerging, hiding from an ambush, some of these hobgoblins that remain, attacking some of these sort of Kryn dynasty soldiers here, and they continue to sort of battle it out, being captured and put down and such, those that won't surrender. As you guys are led through the city, you see as this giant bugbear, this Greyford bugbear, who's got this like big metal sort of hand with a clawed fist at the top, leaps forward, and his attack is sort of blocked by Varen, who moves weapon to the side, spins his blade around, and as he swings, instead sort of missing the attack, manifesting behind this big bugbear is another sort of like an echo version of Varen, and that one splits into two more, and these four versions of Varen sort of fight against this guy and bring him down. As he sort of flicks his blade, cleaning it of blood, all of his versions sort of leap back into him, and then leap outwards onto like the rooftops and some of the buildings here as they fight some of these other remaining forces. He spins around to some of the soldiers and says, rout out the rest of them, capture who would surrender, the rest who will not. Give them a swift death. We continue, and he turns and sees all of you. His eyes fall on you instantly, Ayla. And he pauses, and he immediately begins to sort of look around, but he pauses for a moment, kind of continues giving some commands, and then starts walking to you all. And you see as he approaches, kind of looks at all of you, says, I don't understand. I can't believe this. How you're all alive. I think he actually
can-
says, like, to Ayla, like, you're alive, and then says, like, you're all alive.
By the skin of our teeth.
Can't kill us that easily.
But I remember the zenith of that combat, of that battle, the matron mother, we saw immediately as their strength waned. We took the city then, but me and Gron, where's Gron?
Back to find his people.
Good. I thought he died from the fall when we came to rescue you, He threw himself off the wyvern. Oof.
Well, that's one tough orc.
That he did. Let's speak. You have to tell me what has happened. We thought you dead. The battle has happened almost a week ago now. Come. And he leads you to another tent, like outside of this like area where it's like controlled. There's no more attacks. As you finally sort of have a chance to sit with him. And
No.
he gets you to basically tell him like what
Right,
happened.
yeah. We took a quick trip home to the Feywild.
Well, it wasn't a trip. She
Feywild.
made us go there with her magic.
I wonder if
Alundra?
it was she made us go there. It was kind of like there was that big hole.
We just kind of went through it.
The lady that
Oh.
we were fighting.
Right. She had a staff. I saw it. A corrupted Luxon beacon atop it. What kind of perversions and arcane amalgamations they've used it for, I can't even imagine. Well, unfortunately, at the end of that battle, I saw you all drawn into the sky, in through a strange magical rift. I didn't know if you were whisked away or just obliterated. I was afraid I would never see you again. But I'm very glad to see that you all are well. You're heroes. We were going to make statues in your honor and celebrate you as heroes of this battle and war, but I suppose there's no need for that now, Feywild, that's an odd one, I suppose that anything is possible when Luxon is involved. Well, you'll be happy to know that victory was assured, because of you and what you've done. We saw your signal immediately, and we rushed on through. They held fast, but their focus was separated, entwined, between us and you. I hope our assault prevented them from having too many reinforcements.
I think it worked out.
I think you two should know there's been some developments since you disappeared. A few unfortunate things happened. And he looks a little saddened. He says, some odd things, some sad things, and some really bad things have happened. You see, when you all disappeared, before it,
Who's that Pokemon?
when we began our assault, after we saw your signal, the light in the sky, from the device that Professor Wacko, I believe, gave you?
Yeah.
Blair.
Yes. When we saw it and began to make our push, almost immediately, it seems that our enemies expected it, as we saw none of their scouts or hidden troops nearby, but in the area where we were hiding, the top of the mountain, he gestures to one side, as you guys see this part of the Underdark that is not as you remember it. You see the cliff is sort of much more so moved off to the side. He says, a massive rock slide came out of nowhere. We were nearly buried alive, the whole army. Luckily, some of the powerful Dolarav shamans, led by the one that calls herself the Hand of the Sky Spear, were able to counteract it, stop it, saving our momentum, our push. We were never able to discover how they did this, if we triggered some sort of a trap or some hidden glyph, but the whole cavern shook and almost drowned us in rock and stone. Luckily, the one that the Dalarav called Ruka and some other powerful earth shamans were able to prevent it.
I think I know how you were betrayed.
Betrayed? That's right. You brought this to me before. You spoke that Ilivere was suspecting someone.
On her list was you, our orc friend, and our sky spear. You and the orc were the only ones that showed up in the final fight.
With all due respect to you and your vision of this, but I think you're mistaken. The Sky Spear, she was present. She was there. After the Earth collided onto us, after it collapsed towards us, after Ruka and the others stopped it and prevented it and saved us, she was there. She was there to heal the wounded and help along in the battle.
Oh, I'm sure she was. Why would you? If you're front and center, why would you want everybody to suspect you with not being present? However, when we were attacked, when we were staying with them, all the other suspects that would betray us were not present, hadn't even been informed yet.
I see. Well, I can't claim that what you're saying is true. I'm certain you believe it, and I've trusted your instincts so far, but this is a very severe accusation, especially against a leader of a whole faction that was instrumental in helping us win this battle. This was not just the warriors of the Lux and of the Dynasty. The Koshtask orcs, as well as the Dalarav, their leaders included, were a vastly important reason for our victory. The Sky Spear, after the battle was ended, as the only survivor of the two clans' leaders, she was invited to Rossona to meet with the Bright Queen, as you would have been, but we thought you dead. We'll send out the word, inform them that our heroes still live. Your Sky Spear, however, your dispute you'll have to bring up with her, as I believe she's already halfway to Rossona as we speak.
You said there was more bad news?
Yes, unfortunately, You see, while the battle here was successful, many of these Malice-born were captured, and many of them are still being questioned. Some of them will be brought to Asarius, and some will be taken to Rossona, individuals of greater importance or interest. A personal friend of mine, and I believe yours, Captain Ilivere Olios, it turns out that she was captured by enemy forces. We found her dead in their dungeons, in a prison. I don't know how long ago she was killed, if she was murdered immediately after she was captured, or when it happened. But our medics and priests said that they think it happened during our army's attack. I wish I could have done something for her, but war is unforgiving, to say the least.
Were your priests able to ascertain any information on how she was taken?
How she was taken? No, we were not able to. We've not had anyone with spare energy, magic energy, to cast a Speak with Dead spell. All of our resources were going towards healing the wounded.
And there's no your people don't have magic to bring her back or anything like that?
None that would act in such a in such a prolonged manner after her death. I'm
you
afraid
allowed
we
to do
found her
that?
too late. No.
Doesn't that
In
go
general,
against your whole
In
theory?
general, some do want to continue fighting. Not every single one of our slain is willing to be immediately brought back. The power of the Luxon brings back a lot of us. However, not too many know that Luxon, it works off of its beacons, the fragments of its being. Those of us who were lucky enough to be consecuted, to be connected to the energies of the Luxon, we get a chance to be born again. But only if our scholars have measured this correctly. Only if one who is consecuted is slain and dies within 100 miles of one of these beacons of the Luxon. Otherwise, they are as dead as anyone would be.
But she was, though. She was.
She was.
The beacon. And she's gonna pull out the beacon that she healed and fixed that was on the staff.
His eyes immediately sort of kind of go wide and says, but
I
the
fixed
staff.
it. I fixed it.
He slowly kind of approaches with great sort of reverence in his eyes and kind of holds it for a moment there, says, incredible. Last I saw it, it was corrupted, suffused with necrotic energies. Corruption itself seeped into it. You were able to repair it.
I was in the Feywild. I was able to fix it.
You're incredible. All of you are incredible. Kind of looks around, realizing like there's other people in the room, right? As he says, the Bright Queen owes you a grand favor. If you'll allow me this staff, or if you wish to travel with me, we are cleaning things up here and soon returning to Rasona, but this beacon is one of the many that my people have collected. The Bright Queen will want to thank you personally for not only finding it, yet also fixing it.
Of course. I know it's important to you and your people.
Very much so. And now, after what you've done for us, so are you all. That is
Do you-
incredible news. That is great news.
Do you think even though it was corrupted, even though she died within it, she could possibly be brought back?
I don't know. I am consecuted. I am part of the Luxon. I hold the light within me, but I'm no priest or cleric or a theurge or a religious scholar. I'd have to ask someone smarter, my brother perhaps. He knows a lot of things, perhaps even about this.
Was
But if that's-
Olivia consecuted?
I believe she was. Hers is the den Olios, one of the most powerful dens in the wastes in Asarius. They run the whole place. Many of them were consecuted. It is believed that all of the beacons are in the vaults of Rasona under the watchful eye of the Bright Queen. But many of us suspect that each of the dens might have a beacon or two of their own that they hoard. It would mean that if they fall within their homes, they would be brought back to life. But up until now, I believe that Ray died far, far out of the reach of the light. It might not be as true, And as he sort of looks at the sort of magically repaired staff with a beacon atop it.
We have to keep believing that she is. You know, you can't give up hope.
No, we cannot.
Well,
That begs another question. Where did the children of Mouse get a beacon from?
We never found that out. It is... I can certainly say it is not one of the ones that we've had. These beacons of the Luxon, they're not all here. I mean, in Jorhas. They're scattered throughout the whole Exandria. We've heard mentions of them, and some of our agents have found them and discovered them in far reaches of Marquette, Taldore, and beyond. It is possible they've stumbled onto it. How exactly? We don't know. Luckily, some of our Umavi, the individuals not only consecuted, but most connected to the beacons, the Umavi being leaders of all the dens. They're able to commune with these beacons much clearer than you and I would be. They might be able to find that out. Unfortunately, that's only the tip of the bad news iceberg. While we mourn the passing of Captain, while we mourn the passing of my dear friend, Ilivere, more things went wrong. You all are familiar with the lands of Jorhas now. You have traveled here. You have, some of you, I hope, by now called this place home. You know that we are in a war right now with the Empire. Well, it seems that our enemy across the mountains reacted to our internal struggles. One of the 2 points of entry that we have between the Empire and the Dynasty, the Rock Guard and the Ashguard garrisons. The garrison that was under our command, the Ashguard garrison, was assaulted. A vast army came upon it, and the Empire was able to slaughter many of our warriors, our soldiers, and take it back, even pushing further into the Broken Vale Marsh, getting dangerously close to Asarius now. We don't know how they knew that our soldiers were not present, that a large amount of them came with me to this assault, to Dumaran, but they certainly chose the most opportune time for us. Such are times of war. Enemies will, of course, always use every opportunity to strike, as we would against them. But the damage they've done didn't stop just there. He looks around, and he kind of looks at you guys and says, while that battle was going on, it seems that our enemy struck on 2 fronts. Have you guys heard of the Scorchers? Some call them the Volstrucker.
Who's that Pokemon?
He looks amongst you guys. Whoever wants to can make a history roll if you're not sure what that is.
don't we know that Alcina was like?
Yeah, she told us to, if we ever heard of them, to run away. And
Run
I think I
away,
told
right.
Baron about it.
Yeah. He sort of looks on around here. Yeah, generally not too familiar for most of you guys here. Like, you've heard the name, but that's about it. Oh, Alondra, okay. Once again, a foreign thing here, but it is, these Volstruckers are basically sort of like a shadow government, like secret agents, like the fucking, like Gestapo, right?
They're like the secret agents, the magical agents of like the Dwendalides Empire or whatever, right?
Yes. Vera nods to this. It says, it seems that during our absence from Asarius, a group of these scorchers appeared within the Aurora Hold in Asarius and decimated most of the people there. Most of the Den Olios was killed in that attack, leaving only a few to govern the place.
What?
I don't believe they'll be able to recover fully, meaning that Denolios will probably be suspended soon, and that
What is suspended?
it'll perhaps... It means that there's only a few number of dens that exist. I am a member of Den Thalis. Ray was a member of Den Olios. The Queen, the Bright Queen, is a part of Den Kryn. There are many others. Den Mirim, for example. There's a few others as well. But there were others before as well, but when a numbers of consecutive individuals within one den falls to what are basically single digits, they are absorbed into other dens, made part of another den, meaning that their name changes, and their allegiance to their previous den is changed to their new one. They're absorbed into another larger family that will come to rule and govern their previous point of government.
They're adopted.
Exactly. Another den will absorb them. It's very unlikely they'll be able to, without strong leadership. Most of them killed, and their war hero, their own captain, Ilivare, slain. It means this is probably the end of Den Olios.
Per your point, do you think that there was one of these Luxon beacons in Asarius?
There was, however, upon the news that I've gotten, it's been investigated and seen that the beacon that was used by the Den Olios was taken.
By the Empire?
Presumably by these Scorchers.
That's not good.
Is her whole family gone?
I believe so. I believe that her younger sister is the only one left alive.
Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness.
It is truly unfortunate. From heading this attack side by side with me to Ilivare and the rest of them to be butchered like that.
Do we know who's responsible for Olivere's death?
That's what I want to know too.
We don't know, but we presume it was one of the hobgoblin slavers. We've had one of their captains that we captured in that area in our prisons, in our capture for some time now. We've questioned them, but all they've admitted to are gruesome acts of torture they've inflicted upon her before her death.
Has she been prepared properly to be sent back to Rosanna?
She has been prepared, and some of the priests have prayed for her. She will be traveling back to Rosanna with me. Most of the forces have been slowly sent back in portions and groups to Asarius to reinforce the war front, while me and the small group of soldiers you see here, no more than 1,000 left, stayed here to clear out the rest of these malice-born vermin out of their hidey holes.
Where is Olivere's crest?
Her crest, huh? Why do you ask?
The badge crest she favored.
It's with her still, I imagine. She wasn't in her uniform, her gear, her armor when we found her. But her inventory was nearby. I imagine you'll find it there.
Thank you. And normally Odo's pretty jovial and go-lucky. His eyes are narrowed and he looks really pissed off. And he's gonna walk away to go try to find that crest. And any other items are...
Odo, before you leave, Tascan, any more information we should know from the 6 days we've been gone?
Right. Well, that is the main issue. Most of the main issues. The attack going well, that strange landslide, Captain Ilrai's death, the Ashgar garrison falling, and these scorchers decimating Den Olios. That is most of the things that have happened. These were the things that were happening, not just in these 6 days you were gone, but ever since the armies under my leadership left Osarius up until this point. You have to understand, word doesn't travel as fast without magical means. I am not certain if there's been any other developments, but now that this is done, I think I will finish my work here, and once Dumoran has been turned into rubble, after all of these temples of the Spider Queen have been turned to dust, I expect you all to return with me to Rasona. We've lost much, but we must not forget that it's because of all of you heroes that came to us in our time of need, that we stand here in the rubble, in this pit of lies, instead of these Malispor standing within Rasona, Asarius, or any other place that Luxon shines on. That is all I have for you all. You'll have to excuse me. There are still many of these madly driven cultists of Lolth that need slaying or capture.
Taskin,
Yes.
if I was...
His eyes immediately narrow, and he looks at your hip, where we see a spider silk thin rapier with the symbol of the red spider on it. As his eyes narrow, and he looks up at you. You have found yourself a new weapon, it seems.
Yes, it's what I was seeking here. It's part of my mission. So
I don't suppose anyone's already told you that it's extremely dangerous.
I imagine it is. Which
I won't dissuade you or tell you what to do. I've learned better trying so with my own brother. Mages tend to be assured that they're in the right.
You have a brother?
Yes, my brother Essek. He's the Shadow Hand. He is the master of information of all of the Kryn dynasty. He's a dunamancer, a mage that uses dunamancy magic and spells.
Interesting. Similar to this, and I'm going to look for something to like. There's like a pot or something on his like desk that I can like.
Yeah, sure. You can find one easily in the tent here.
I find it. I throw it to the ground, hoping it breaks.
Yeah, shatters.
And I'm going to then ritually cast Oscillating Chronology again.
Awesome. The vase kind of slowly rebuilds itself like there was never any damage to it. He looks at this, looks back at you, says, intriguing. It seems that a little bit of Luxon has touched you as well. Scout Sergeant, you're full of surprises.
Well, I came across this on the battlefield, and I'll produce the spell book I found. There were a couple of spells written in it, and I've been following Alondra's lead when it comes to the arcane practices, and I mean, it seems useful. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised I was able to cast it. I've never been able to cast magic in my life.
The gift, not meant for all. It takes patience and skill.
he has a natural
Both.
aptitude.
I was about to say, both that you obviously possess.
Perhaps your brother can
Talion,
teach me a bit more.
Perhaps, Talion, I foresee a great future in the military for you, but if it is the sagely arts that call to you instead, I am ready to see what possibilities await you.
Well, I like being a jack of all trades, so
Very well.
Be careful, because sometimes you're the master of none.
Mhm.
Anyways, Taskin, really quick. Has
Yes.
any sort of paperwork been discovered about a rituals or anything of the sort? I'm just curious if there's any form that they've written down about their blade song and their tradition within the art.
It's hard to say right now. I've received mostly battle reports and such, but as you see yourself, this is a city filled with lore and tomes and scrolls.
I just know you intend to destroy potentially, so if there's some sort of library or anything that you've discovered, I would be keen to know.
There's been a library discovered in the castle itself. Most of it, I can only imagine, is heretical writing. But we intend to leave within the next few days. I will leave it at your disposal to explore and peruse as much as you wish. Take all you wish with you. It is yours.
I appreciate it.
As long as it is not dangerous, you can bring it with us to Rossona.
Of course, I understand. Thank you, Taskin.
Certainly. He looks amongst the rest of you. He says, "That would be all. I need to return now to my duty."
I have one question before you go.
Certainly.
If I wanted to catch up to the Sky Spear, do you have people that could help me?
I'm not certain where she is at the moment, but it's been better part of a week already. Yeah. I think they might be in Rossona or just arriving into Rossona now.
at the very least, if they're not in Rossona, we can probably ask people there to tell us where the clan is, at the very least.
Not all of the clan, I believe, left. Just the Sky Spear and some of her trusted advisors. The Ruka, individual who helped prevent that rockfall, as well as a few other skilled shamans. The rest of the Dollarab, I believed, returned to Iothia. Most of the Koshtask as well. They've sent some of their own delegates as well, believing that their leader, Gron, is dead. They have a new war chief now. It seems that for the orcs, it seems a very common thing, switching of leadership. The whole rule by might thing leaves their leaders either very, very unbeatable and impressive, or often replaced.
Well,
How long
hopefully
until
Gron
you are ready to leave?
We should be able to leave within 2 or 3 days' time.
Well, at the very least, gang, we can get some time to recover and rest. We've been through quite the adventure.
Who's that
Many
Pokemon?
things are left here to loot, if you wish. Many vaults and treasures within the castle, the royal castle as well, beneath the red seat, the red throne. If you wish, you can take all you want. But if you find more of these Luxon beacons, please let me know.
What was it Pazuzu wanted from here?
Speak of the devil, right? There's a burst of green flame behind you guys as you look over, and you see a little demon man sitting in a chair. As Varen spins around and grits his teeth, immediately unhappy to see this guy. As you guys see this little demon kind of look at all of you, says, I hope I'm not too late now. And Varen immediately points his glaive at him. Says,
Talion immediately draws out an arrow and is cocked it in his short bow and just pointing at the demon's head.
Uh-huh.
We're friends.
He's a friend.
hello, it's your favorite demon friend. He sort of leans back in what is like Tascan's chair, right? He looks up and around and says, glad to see all of you have survived. I knew you would. Although, we're left with a awkward conversation. Varen narrows his eyes, says, of course, leave it to the fiend to scheme and to try to benefit from every situation. I have a pretty good idea why you're here.
Elskind, give me a reason not to put an arrow through this freak's head.
He's our friend and an ally and has helped us. He's the
I look
whole
at-
reason we were here to kill these things.
I look
You
at
wouldn't
Zoria.
know where Doomerand was without Pazuzu. I
There's a little
offered to
wave.
introduce you earlier, but you didn't want to.
This was the one they went to with the bell, remember, Talion, that I told you they were going to see a demon?
This is that demon.
Yes, unfortunately it is.
This one's a little feisty, that's alright. We'll be fast friends.
I shoot my arrow and I just miss. I purposely miss by the side of his head. Call me your friend again, and I'll put it where it doesn't grow back. And I aim lower to his crotch.
He, flinches a little bit when the arrow hits there, but stops as Varen puts his hand up as well. Pazuzu looks over and says, I'm certain your task hand here, your superior is going to explain to you in a moment why that would be a bad idea. You understand we had a deal? Varen. And Varen looks back and shakes his head, says, of course. You gave us the information where the citadel was. In exchange, I was to slay a powerful fiend for you. And Pazuzu smiles, says, yes, the whole grand arrival that these malice folk were organizing, it seems that it never came to pass. No giant devil for you to fight. Which I think means, based on... And he opens his palm, and you see this infernal mark that also burns as you see it on Varen's hand. Says, which I think means we still have unresolved business. Now, I'm a very understanding person. I make deals. That's what I do. Unless you're going to be going into hell to slay the one that you promised you would, I believe we have a conversation ahead of us. Varen looks amongst you all, says, dangers of dealing with the devil. Yes, we had a deal. When this grand arrival came and this low fiend came through, I was to slay him. Yet, because of our actions, mine, all of theirs, kind of gesturing to you guys, it never came to pass. So, what do you want, Pazuzu? He just smiles and says, I've been thinking about that for some time. I don't suppose you're gonna be going to hell, are you? And Varen sort of looks back at him, just stares at him for some time, as Pazuzu kind of looks to you guys, says, well, such are these deals. You saved your people, but you didn't do what you promised you would. I'll be contacting you soon enough. Unless, of course, you're willing to part with that noble soul of yours.
The deal was to kill him here so he would be embarrassed, not in hell.
Well then, I think the lady over here that keeps avoiding conversations and dealing with me is quite right. I think the deal still stands. next time he gets over here, you'll have to slay him for me. But I'm not too keen on waiting for that. How about this?
Was there a time clause in the agreement? I do not think it was.
The agreement said that during this grand arrival, when this demon arrives, he's to be slain. No grand arrival, no demon, no slaying.
Therefore, it's good. He held up his end of the bargain.
Almost. Except that the deal ends when the fiend is slain. Not when it doesn't happen. So, I think as the side of this that has been gravely wounded, I'll have to collect on some sort of a settlement.
He's drawing the bow even tighter now.
Varen puts his hand on your bow, right? To stop. He looks to you and says, "If you kill it, it'll just come back sometimes later." You know,
put an arrow between his eyes again.
He also sort of looks. He looks to Pazuzu as well. Says, "You know, I think I'll honor your deal. If that's what you want." Looks over and says, "I'll honor your deal. You want this fiend slain? Fine. I have a lot of powerful friends, and if I were you, I'd expect me in hell very soon." And Pazuzu, who was like smiling the whole time, like his smile drops and looks up as he realized his like bluff has been sort of like called, right? And he like his eyes narrow a bit, says, "Really? You're gonna go to hell to kill?" You're bluffing. You're gonna run out of options, and once you do, Varen says, "I think we're done here. Yes? I've told you your fiend will be slain soon. So, unless you have any other means or reason to be here, I think you better leave now before my scout sergeant honors his word." Pazuzu sort of grits his teeth and kind of rolls his eyes angrily. He says, "Very well."
Before you dismiss him, I did want to say, Pazuzu, between you and I and our own deal, you are welcome to my share of whatever treasure is here.
Treasure? I don't think you understand. Gold's nice, but and he holds up his hand, and you watch this sort of like flickering red orb begins to appear, and immediately you begin to feel it sort of calling to you, Zorya, that like aspect of your soul that you traded for, right, when you were working with him. That the small fragment of your soul says, "But this is what it's about." He closes his hands, right? Varen looks at him, says, "You're free to leave now."
Wait. You said if I got you the other chunk of the money for the nose ring that it would be square and I would get that back.
He looks over back to you, says, "This is a piece of a soul. You got yours back. You got it. It's yours. But that filth that now stains you, that's there forever. Dealt with the devil. I'm afraid it's part of the rules." Varen says, "I've heard enough." As he goes to sort of like grab for his like weapon, Pazuzu just sort of smiles and disappears, burns into this sort of sulfur smoke, and is gone. Like Zori, you feel fine. You don't feel like any of you is like missing or anything.
I'm missing health. What do you mean?
Well, yes, but that said, who here is proficient with religion?
Me.
I am as well.
what he means, what Pazuzu here means is, it doesn't matter if you bought all of your soul back and such, you dealt with the devil. And that means, automatically, when you die, eventually, you're going to hell. You're going to hell. You dealt with the devil. You made a deal with the devil. You go to hell when you
Oh.
die,
You're
right?
not, I understand that. I want to buy my health back.
I think
Oh,
he
that-
wanted.
you
I
can
think
do that,
I thought he wanted the soul of somebody that we were fighting. Didn't he want something from them, like one of the people?
Yeah. I don't believe he made a deal for any sort of like a soul of a person or anything like that. He
No.
just wanted Varen to kill this powerful devil.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then it never happened, right? Because you guys disturbed the ritual and you guys got shot into Feywild and such. So he was trying to like cash in on that, but Varen apparently is like called him up on it and said like,
Yeah.
all right, I'll go to hell and I'll kill this guy.
But yeah, just for clarification, like what I wanted to do was give him basically the rest of the money to pay off the nose ring so I can get health points back.
And you, I don't know if Zoria would understand this, but Jess, for Jess here, he doesn't want it because he can't take more than he made a deal for, because that would make him break contract, right? You just gotta give him exact amount that he's missing, and that's only what he's allowed to take. Once again, he's bound by his own rules.
At that point, when Pazuzu bamps out, Talion is going to start walking out of the tent.
Exact change only. Little shit.
Varen looks around at this sort of like infernal mark on his hand, says, well, I suppose I got an adventure waiting for me. I don't suppose...
No, I have to go save my people. You have fun with that.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing it right now, no,
Yes,
but,
If you need help,
No,
you
not.
know.
I didn't mean you guys. I was going to say I don't suppose that Trog would be interested in going.
He would
to
love
Oh,
that.
he
That's
would-
such an adventure
yeah.
for him.
You know what? I might ask Gron. Actually, he seems like he would love
Oh.
that.
Crown would love it. And
Yes.
I think me and Alondra promised to help too.
There's a
Well-
blonde girl I'll see out there. You should ask her to.
I'll have to think on this. I have a feeling, as he sort of focuses on this mark, says, I have a feeling there's a time limit on my deal here. However much, I'm not sure, but I'm sure my brother will be able to figure it out for me.
Could I take a look at the mark and try to figure it out?
Do you read Infernal?
Oh, that's a great question. Okay, yes I do. I do read Infernal.
You read his palm, right? Do some palm
Yeah.
reading as you inspect it and realize he's got a year to kill this guy.
You got a year to kill him.
Oh. That should be... Well, that should be doable.
You got to find him. That's the big thing. Even
Yeah.
when you get the hell.
Which means, if this is a champion of some sort of Lolth, I think I might be going to the Demon Web Pits. Great. I'll have to talk to my brother. Thank you, Alondra.
No problem.
As you guys go to turn and leave, he looks to you, Ayla, says, I'm very glad that you're alive. I'm glad that all of you are alive, but it warms my heart to see you again. I'm still expecting to see you for a tour of the city when we come to Rasona.
Of course. And before when everyone leaves, she's gonna just like kind of grab his hand just to like hold him back really quickly.
Mhm.
Did you want me to hold on to that when we get to Rosona, or did you want to hold on to it?
He gives you the staff. He says, you have performed a miracle, bringing it back from its corruption. I trust you entirely. To have it, hold it, and even keep it as long as I'm concerned.
Who's that
Oh, no, it's not
Pokemon?
mine. It's really I just want to make sure it doesn't go in the wrong hands, while you're killing a whole bunch of people.
Best to keep it clean, then.
It was really beautiful. When I healed it, I was taken inside of it.
I see. You've communed with light.
Yes, I got to see so many different versions of myself, and it was like a hovering of light above me, and it was so warm. It was wonderful.
You know, for being the task hand, the frontmost general of the dynasty, while I am consecuted, I've never been the one to pray. Not often, at least. But when you disappeared atop the Red Throne, when you went through that rift, I was praying to see you again. And it seems that the Luxon has answered my prayers.
I was praying that you were okay, because we got taken and you were left all alone, and I had no way to tell you where we were.
Please, these Maliceborn, they are frenzied dogs, at best. I have fought demon hordes. This was much larger in scale, but not unfamiliar in combat. I pray you never have to go to Bazathan. That's where the most horrifying battles you can imagine happen.
I'm sorry you always are there. Isn't that where you always are?
Somebody has to keep the doors closed. Otherwise, all hell pours forth.
Well, I know you have a lot to do, so I don't want to take up your time.
He kisses you, and it's this like long, passionate, sort of pulls you in kiss, and he sort of steps back and says, "I'm glad that you're all right."
I'm glad you're okay too. Oh, was Red okay? Is he okay?
He was in mourning. He was very saddened.
Oh,
He's outside. Feel free to say hi. I'm sure he'd love to see you.
oh my God! She's gonna run outside because she's so sad that he was sad.
Yeah, you run on out as he'll return back to doing level 20 fighter stuff, killing a bunch of people, right? As you run on out, you see a Red there who immediately shrieks loudly and tackles you to the ground and just like licking the side of your face and such, and like bump his head into you, pushing you down over and over, as he's just like happy to see you again.
And she'll say to him in Draconic, "I'm okay, Red. I'm happy you know that you're okay too."
You just hear this like hissing, clicking sounds. Once again, he understands you but can't communicate in Draconic, as he happily just keeps bumping into you. He flies off, comes back after a minute. He brings you back half a guy, like a half a killed guy, and just holds it for you. Like, I brought this for you. Just a half a hobgoblin. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm bleeding. I'm gonna die. This is how I die." And he's just like holding this half dead dude.
She is trying not to seem horrified, but she is. Oh, thank you. I already ate. I'm sure you are hungry. You can have that.
Yeah, he'll happily, like, just fucking peel pieces of this guy off until the screaming stops and he devours them all.
Well, you know that I have to go and heal some people, but I see you later, okay?
Excellent. He happily sort of bounces around you. He just keeps following you, like a dog who's just seen his owner after like a week, right? He's just following you the whole time. Wherever you try to leave him, he won't leave. He just keeps following you.
Okay, she's gonna do a silent prayer. I'm so sorry, whoever you are. I did not know he was going to eat you.
Just on the ground, dead. You follow your friends here. You guys, you have like 2-3 days left here in Doomeran to explore a little bit if you want to. Every once in a while there's be like a bunch of drow or hobgoblins that follow Lolth that attack you guys, but they're like nothing, right? They're just ranks are broken out of just pure frustration and panic. They're attacking. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as I kind of mentioned, I'd love to get into that library and spend as much time as I can trying to understand.
Yeah, I think I would go with Odo just to make sure she's properly prepared, for when she gets back.
Can I go loot
Gotcha.
the armory?
You going over, there are a bunch of like leather and medium armor, different kinds of magical items, and all of them you can't use. Like you can, but they're not magical unless you have hatred in your heart. Like you are, if you're worshipping Lolth, this is a +2 studded leather, right? Otherwise, it's just the studded leather.
I mean, I would like to think that I have enough hatred in my heart. Like,
Yeah,
I'm pretty spiteful.
No, that's fair. You have to have like jealousy in your heart. You have to have like malice. You have to basically like be a worshiper of Lolth to have it work for you. And same thing. They have these like magical swords that are +2 short swords if you worship Lolth and stuff like that, right? But looking on through, going to the treasury, you guys loot for yourselves here, which you guys loot, there's like a ton of it, but you guys loot some for yourselves, and some of it is taken by the soldiers here for like the dynasty and such, right? Because they were all instrumental in this as well, as were you. Your guys' cut of the treasure is 67,000 gold.
Jesus.
That's for
Fucking
you guys.
Christ.
That's each?
No, not each. That's total. That's for you guys.
Oh.
Yeah, but we're also getting money when we go back.
You're
Back
getting
to-
paid,
yeah.
and you're getting like a mansion in
Mansion
Rasona
in
for your
Rasona,
work. Yeah.
Well, even still, divide 5 ways, that's still 13,400 gold each.
That's some quick math.
Nice.
Goddamn.
So I guess let's split that up. Yeah, 13,000. How much?
13,400.
Okay. You guys can do like in platinum. Just remove a 0 so your backs wouldn't break while you're carrying this money. Yeah.
Okay, so convert 13,400 into platinum.
Just take 1 0. Yeah.
So yeah, there's about 1,340 platinum.
I'm still over my carrying capacity, but I won't worry about it.
Okay. Looking on through this place, most of their treasury just had like, and by the way, this money is not just like gold, it's like, gems and golden necklaces and valuable rings and stuff like that, right? Like a ton of stuff. A lot of it has like the iconography and the depictions of like the Spider Queen or like naked Drider women or like horrifying spider demons and stuff like that, right? But looking on through, as you're searching, Alondra, you have these days to look for the scripts on the Blade Song, long unused and kind of forgotten by many, only kept secret by these children of malice. You can give me investigation roll with advantage to look for the information of this version of the Blade Song that they use.
Investigation with advantage.
Yes.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay, it's not
that's
bad.
Pretty bad for me.
Well, yeah. Do you want to keep it, or are you doing anything about it? If you wanted to, you could have been like, hey, Ayla, I'm doing something that's just really important for me to find. Can you just stand there and keep casting guidance on me all day long, right? Could have done that if you wanted.
Will my scholar's cap do anything?
Your Scholar's Cap, I don't believe so. That's for your, like, I think, let me see. I think
Scholar's
it's already
Cap-
included in there.
It is, but what I'm saying is, in addition, when it would normally take you to do 1 week in order to research a subject.
Right.
You
You
do
just
it-
do it
yeah,
faster.
so
You do it faster. I don't
yeah.
think it would help here. This
Okay,
is not like a time thing.
Right,
Your
right,
roll
just-
is basically if there is any. If not, if your roll is not enough, it
Okay.
just means like you got destroyed in the battle or something.
I'm using advantage. My inspiration. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Here we go. Investigation. Come on. Fuck.
Okay, 18. You spend some time and you do find some scrolls and scriptures that speak about this blade song used by the web dancers. Some of these Lolth magic-using blade dancers. This web song that they use is kind of similar, but the dance is less so an expression, more so a captivation of your enemies. As you research this, because you don't have the whole scripture, some of it was like burned and destroyed, you can now give me an Arcana roll. However, it is going to be a higher DC because you don't have the full scripture here with you.
Okay, here we go.
Arcana roll next.
21.
21's not bad. I'll allow guidance here as well. Once again, for all my games, I do like levels of success. Every 5 extra points is another level of success.
Not quite.
Okay, 24. Incredible. You do learn a new aspect of this. You think there might have been even more to learn from this, but unfortunately, most of the texts have been, like, destroyed and burnt and just, like, are gone, right? You gain a new ability here from researching this for a few days. Alondra, you've been looking for this for some time. This new ability says, when, in addition to your other benefits you gain from your blade song, now you gain the following one as well. When your blade song is active, every first attack made against you has disadvantage. You gain this benefit once per turn. Once per round. So first attack against you after you activate your blade song now gets disadvantage. I'll type that out for you.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say if I could add that to my deal, that'd be great. That's super sick. So
you realize like there was maybe some more to learn, but you don't have all the info, unfortunately.
Right,
yeah?
but I have like a version of this blade song that I can use.
Yes.
Okay.
You now are able to sort of captivate your foes and distract them, making it even harder for them to hit you.
Amazing.
That's something I was curious about. When Rocky was dual wielding two-handed weapons, is that something I could learn?
Oh, Rocky. I was like, Rocky?
Yeah.
Balboa? Hold on.
Yeah, that's Rocky. He's dual wielding fists.
Adrian. I got Mickey. He was like a big dude, and you think like, maybe I could do something like that. He was obviously some sort of a dual wielder, but not normal kind. He was, you think to yourself like, well, he was a big orc empowered by a bunch of like magical, like witch magic, right? So maybe, you think to yourself, like, maybe I can ask Gron about that. Maybe that's like a Koshtask thing. Maybe that's what these orcs do. You've seen a lot of these orcs.
Right.
He's around looking for Ruka, realizing now he can't find her, right? Because she left. So he's just like out there looking for her.
Oh, no.
What a loyal friend.
He's a good guy. Even if he did shit out his ribs.
Yeah. Once again, you guys realize, like, he's cursed with bad luck. There's, like, super bad stuff just keeps happening to him. When you guys arrived into Feywild, you all fell down. He got shot up. Benefit round. All right. So, you can copy-paste. I'm just going to send it to you in your private messages, Zach. But, yes, this ability that you get, the web dance here, you can basically use it, you gain the ability to use it once per round. Which means, like, when you activate it, if someone goes, like, after you on a turn, right, they make an attack, they have disadvantage. Whole round goes through, you have your turn, sort of like, it's like refresh itself like a reaction would, right?
Right.
So you have your turn again, and then after your turn again, first attack against you has disadvantage.
Okay, that's how I understood it. Okay, that's
Yes.
amazing for me. So
In before double nat 20s on a
Double
roll.
crits.
yeah, that's what it's gonna be.
I just think the game's too easy, and I'm trying to make it more challenging for myself, right? Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Takes you a few days to do this research. You guys, yeah, mark down all this gold. You make a ton of money here. Bam, bam, bam. There we go. As this goes on, I mean, you guys, at one point, Odo, Varen finds you, and Odo, he says, Master Odo, I believe, I understand that you and Ilivere had a bond. Would that be correct to say?
Yeah. She was special to me.
I'm sorry. She was a good friend. We are, we can't take all of these prisoners with us. The ones that are willing to cooperate, we're bringing back for questioning and such. However, most of them want nothing more than tear our eyes out. Those are being executed for their crimes. One amongst them is the one who tortured and executed Ilivere. If you wanted to be his executioner, I wanted to give you that opportunity.
Odo's thinking long and hard. But he's still not the one that did it, though, right?
Well, they think he did. They don't know because none of them, like, all of them are saying they did it, right? If you ask them, they're just gonna say it to get under your skin, right? But they think this guy did because he was like the warden of the prison.
If you want, although I can put down a zone of truth and you can ask.
I don't think I want you to see me do what I'm about to do.
It's okay. I know that she's important to you. And I haven't given up. I think that she's still in the beacon. I think we'll be able to get her back.
You have a lot of faith in that, in the beacon. Did Odo have a chance to go through Olivia's belongings?
Yeah. You can find her, like, armor, and yeah, you find her little brooch that she had.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna incorporate some of that stuff into his armor later. All right, yeah, he's gonna go deal with this guy.
Yeah. There's you find there's one of these like hobgoblins, big, burly, kind of rough-looking, bloodied. His teeth are kind of broken from the battle and such. And you see a bunch of them are being sort of like mass executed, basically. The rest of them, they're wouldn't surrender. They're still snarling and trying to attack and such. And you see as they're sort of being executed off to the side, there's this one guy. They bring you to him. You see, scary looking big dude. He has like destroyed at this point, but like spiked black armor that he wears. He looks up to you, one of his eyes sort of bleeding and kind of gone, and the other one is just like glowing a red eye. He grits his broken teeth and tries to sort of like lunge at you, but can't get to you.
Does he understand Common at all?
Baron nods.
All right. Ayla, did you come with, or did you stay back?
Oh, I came with you. If you want me to put Zone of Truth, I'll put it down. I have it.
If you come with, he'll ask you to.
Mm-hmm.
All right, she'll cast it. She'll cast Zone of Truth, and
Once again, Zone of Truth lasts 10 minutes, and you have to make a save against that every single round. So that's instead of me making 10,000 saves, he fails, right? He like gets overwhelmed by it. It's like being possessed. This is like the worst thing that can happen to someone who worships Lolth, right? A spell that makes you tell the truth. As he shakes his head, his eyes begin to sort of glow and flicker. And Ayla, once again, what is your color of magic?
I think hers is gonna change a bit. It's normally mostly like a lavender. I think it's gonna be a mixture of lavender and like a white light.
You see his eyes become that sort of lavender, bright, kind of pale white lavender, as he kind of roars and kind of looks to you, says, "What have you done to me?"
Well, you're now going to tell the truth. Okay?
I'd snap you in half if I could. If not for these chains.
At least he's telling the truth.
Just roaring.
Do I have to ask him the question, or can Odo ask?
Well, anyone, it's just active on him. He has to answer truthfully. Yeah?
Okay, Odo, it's up to you now.
What's that?
He's just sort of rolling and
You
growling.
can ask him whatever question you want to ask.
Oh, I thought Jess said something. All right. Whose orders were you under?
The Queen of Spiders.
Does that mean Lolth?
Yes, of course. She is not done yet. This means nothing.
You don't seem like the type to... You don't seem like the type that would want to kill somebody bound. Where's the honor in that? Where's the fun in that?
Honor. What a useless word. Fun. There's a lot of fun. Watching them squirm. Seeing them break.
Alright, so Odo's like, did you or did you not kill Captain Liveray?
The one we captured. The one that was brought to us. When we saw that light in the sky, when that army came pouring through, I knew it was her fault somehow. I took my little knife and drew it up and higher until I split her pretty little belly open. Watched her guts fall out while she still drew breath. He's just cackling, honestly.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
Yeah. Odo's gonna pat his whip. Have fun.
The snake heads of the whip activate as he looks at him like, what is? As they bite the side of the neck, side of the jaw, onto his chest there. The eyes on the whip glow for a moment. Or not glow, but the usually sort of black eyes with a yellow slit turn fully sort of black. And this purplish venom begins to pulse into him. You watch as it begins to fill up and down his veins and up the sides of his face as this venom is pumped full into him. As he begins to foam at the mouth, his eyes begin to sizzle and burn out of his skull as his skin begins to melt slowly as he just sort of like convulses and shakes and falls backwards and dies. This is not a quick death. This happens over the next, 2 minutes. He's, screaming and melting and, his organs are dying. It's a slow, torturous death. As the whip retracts, as you hear the snakehead say, delicious. This one thought himself mighty, powerful. We showed him otherwise.
Odo doesn't have a response. He just curls it back up.
Backwards.
And he'll go back doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah. Varen looks at this, a little kind of grim look in his eyes, but kind of nods. Looks over to Ayla, says, Master Odo uses a dark weapon.
Yes,
He
he
seems
got
to
it.
mean well, but weapons of that intensity can often leave marks on people. One that are not easily removed.
I know. I tried to tell them, but it's their own choice. I will keep an eye. A question. Do you think it's okay if I go to see Captain? I want to see if it's possible that I can
Certainly.
have the beacon possibly interact with her. Hopefully.
Let me show you where she is. And he brings you over to this other area. You see this, sort of like an infirmary they have that have set up. There's so many people dead. There's so many bodies. These loyal soldiers that they are planning to bring back to Rossona and bury. Yep. Give them proper burials and such. And she brings you to one of them, one of these little carrier devices that they have. And on it, you see Captain Oleos, Ray Oleos. So you remember all of the little arguments, all little bickerings and like conversations you've had with her, and finally it's sort of like you started to sort of like her a little bit. You started to sort of understand her a little bit, and then bam, captured, tortured, murdered, gone. As you sort of look her over, there's that sense of sadness that creeps in. All of this battling, so many of these people that died on both sides. And you won. One of the major factions in all of the world of Exandria, these Lolth worshipping children of malice, are routed out, gone. This faction of evil, this faction that would do horrible things if not destroyed, is gone forever. Sure, there's some that will run, scurry, and survive, and start their own little cultish groups, but as a force in this world, they are no more. Lolth, as a god, has just lost an incredible amount of worshippers, as well as power that she holds over this world. And still, a price was paid. As you see Ilveray there, just lying dead, her eyes open, pale, empty. You see that the doctors have done best that they could. They sort of patched her up, but yeah, she was sort of disemboweled in a brutal way. She's got bruises and cuts on her, like she was being put through questioning and torture of some horrifying degree for probably many hours, ever since she was, like, captured, probably. You remember the guy saying, the guy that you just executed, saying that she was brought to them. You see her laying there, unmoving.
She's going to, is it okay if I stay here and pray?
The local sort of like clerics sort of give you the okay, yeah? Varen gives you a look and says, I still have work to do, but if you're going to give her some modicum of peace, I'd like to stay.
Okay. She will, is the beacon still on this, is it on the staff? Because I remember you said it crumbled. Did the staff crumble, or is it still a full
No,
staff?
it cracked. It like broke. It's still on a staff, on a stick, yeah?
She wants to hold it near her, and she wants to like do a prayer. I know she doesn't have any abilities to be able to resurrect people, but she wants to see if her body reacts to the beacon as if her soul
Who's
is
that
still in it.
Pokemon?
Do you have either speak with the dead or the ceremony spell?
I do have ceremony. I actually have it prepared because I use it for when I use it for Gron.
Awesome. Yeah, you can cast a ceremony spell here and try to sort of beseech to her spirits. As you cast your spell here, moving like what is basically like a moon religion based like Ouija board, right? That you like organize with your materials here and everything. And as you draw the lines in the powdered silver, the spell begins to illuminate and activate. As you try to beseech to her, you feel a little magical pulse, a little glow from your staff. That's all you get.
I felt a little bit of something in the staff, so maybe she is in there.
You see Varen's face immediately kind of brightens. Incredible. Your magic. That's incredible. We'll get her body to the Dunamancers and the clerics of the Luxon in Rosona. We'll do everything we can to bring her back. Perhaps, if it's true, if she can be brought back, maybe Den Olios still stands a chance.
I really hope so. I mean, I don't want to have to be the one to tell her that her whole family is gone, but her being back would be really important. And
I understand that she didn't really get along well with your group. Is that correct?
well, I mean, I want to say, I mean, I get along with everyone. She's just, she was a bit mean, but she got better, She probably doesn't trust us, and it's okay. I mean, I'm not even from here.
I see.
But I never wished her any harm, and I just thought she had to warm up to us, which she was. And that's why making the choice of storming or saving her was really hard, especially for me and Odo, and I'm sure for Talion as well.
I see.
Knowing that
She
she
had,
suffered all of this, I feel terrible.
Ray was always a prickly pear, but I could always count on her to have my back. I just hope your magic is correct, that she's still within there, that we can save her still.
I want to tell you, that lady in the tower, she shot me with some really bad magic. And
Me too. As he looks over, he like moves his shirt, and you see this like gray spot where he got fucking disintegrated at, right? So when he got blasted.
Oh my god, you okay?
No, it's nothing. It's fine. It's you learn in this type of world to either recover fast or die quickly. I adjusted.
But like your beacon, she left me cracked and full of necrotic magic inside. It was really bad. My hair was black and I was killing all plant life around me.
I thought I saw your hair was, but I thought in the battle it was just something I didn't see correctly.
No, she did that to me. And if there was still part of light in the beacon, which there is because I was able to fix it, that means her soul had to have gone in here. Talion actually helped
I hope
me
you're right.
get myself back. I was in deep despair. Because
I'm glad you've made fast friends with the scout sergeant. I believe he'll make a general one day, should he continue this path. But his knowledge of Dunamancy couldn't have come sooner than if he was able to help you.
Well, Alondra made a good point. they can't take my light. Only I can lose it by sinking into despair, which was what I was doing. But if I was able to fix the beacon, then I could fix myself, and I trust Talion Wood was going to help me, and he did.
Your group is very unique, to say the least. For example, yourself and Alondra seem very different. Alondra seems confident. One of the most confident, if not somewhat ego-driven individuals I've ever met. Well, I can say my brother is somewhat similar, although a little more subtle about it, I think. You yourself seem very humble, yet two of you work exceedingly well together when it comes to defeating things of the dark.
We look at the two different things, right? She loves to learn about it, and I am concerned about it. I just want to make sure she doesn't get pulled too deep into that kind of magic, you know?
I suppose she's lucky to have you watching over her shoulder.
I don't want any of my friends to get into any trouble. I love them dearly, all of them.
It's a noble aspiration to have. Just be careful. Remember, you always need someone watching over your shoulder as well.
That's what the Moonweaver is for. And not only that, but maybe even the Luxon, because look at this. It speaks to me in a very interesting way.
I thought gods were always a little more possessive of their followers. Are you certain your Moonweaver will not have issues with you looking to the Luxon?
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, I will always love the Moonweaver. She's my goddess. But, I think she knows I have enough love in my heart for lots of things. And I'm just curious about it. Not really going to switch or anything like that.
Very well. Let us return. My duties here are not over yet, but you should prepare your things. We'll be leaving very soon. The trip to Rosona should be fine, but I just want to remind you that once we leave this accursed fortress, we step back into the wastes of Jorhas, where the very ground is soaked in demon blood.
I was going to talk to you about that, but not right now. I have an idea. But
it's a quaint reminder that we're never safe in Jorhas. Right. Well, I'll see you next time then. Thank you for. Looks to Illiveray, looks to the staff, looks back to you, and says, "Thank you for giving me hope once again."
Of course. And she's gonna lean down and say, Captain Ray, I know you're still there, and I believe that you'll be fine. We'll see you in Rosona, okay?
She doesn't respond.
I know.
Right. As yes, you sort of make
It's
your
a
way
cold
out.
shoulder.
Yeah. Outside, Zoria, you are fucking throwing building blocks at like whoever's left, right, of these Lolth creatures, as you realize, like, fuck. She's not even here. The Sky Spear. She left. She's gone. She was out of here. And then, like, you're hearing that, like, a fucking landslide, a bunch of earth magic people that could do that, right? The Sky Spear, powerful shaman. Like, so many thoughts of anger are sort of muddling in your mind at the moment as you realize Ruka's somewhere there with her. Apparently, Ruka was the one to stop that landslide from, like, occurring, right? Saving a ton of people and such. But you start sort of thinking to yourself, like, what do I do when I see her next? I could just go swinging, but she's now like a war hero, a great ally. She is a representative of the Dollarab, who might become a part of the dynasty even now. Seeing that they've worked together like this, who knows how this ends up, as another one of these like hobgoblins like jumps out of a house to attack you. Fucking grab him by the face and just slam him back into the wall. As you sort of snap his neck, throw him off to the side. As you continue sort of thinking to yourself, you feel a stab, and you look down, and there's a duo of these drow that have sort of impaled you with a bunch of daggers, right? As you look towards them and raise your axe, and sort of burst into flame. As these wounds you can barely feel. You're thinking, trying to think at least. As I think you are a very large part of a reason why you wrap up for the battles in here a lot sooner than these guys like predicted would be over, right?
I'm gonna grab one of those drow, like as I like cleave the other one in half. I'm gonna grab the other one and pull him in. I'm going to kill you, but before I do, I have a question.
My mistress protects me. The dark webs await. This is not over. Nothing is over.
Right. If you wanted to take revenge on someone that you knew was going to be hailed as a hero, how would you?
Give me an intimidation roll.
Just casually talking with this guy as I'm about to like rip his throat out.
Trying to like he's holding onto, he's trying to like put his fingers in your nose and mouth to like rip your fucking face off, and I think you're like, fucking stop, knock it off, right? As you're like pushing him back, he's like trying to grab you. He says, I would wait for a time when they're with their loved ones, with their families, when they're putting their children to sleep, and that's when I would cut their throats. Let their viscera pour over their loved ones. Let them all see. Let them all feel that pain that they'll never forget. And he's trying to like, he's holding a knife, he's stabbing you to the side of the neck, like, repeatedly, like, powerfully, right? As you're like, just like listening to him. Why won't you die? He's just stabbing you.
Because I'm already dead. I just break his neck.
Twists his neck, and he falls out of your grasp. Pull his dagger out of your fucking neck.
Fuck. All over my shirt.
Omae wa mo. Excellent. You just sort of ruminate on what to do. As you sort of, the rest of you guys inspect this place, loot as much as you can, find what you can, and eventually it's time to move. The army mobilizes.
Well, during that downtime, Talion, after cooling off from their encounter with Pazuzu, he went off for a little bit to cool off. Once he was finished, he slapped his cheeks and then got back into professional mode.
Yeah.
So when he wasn't instructing the other scouts and getting through reports of paperwork, because I assume there's gonna be a lot of paperwork after a war. He would have spent the rest of that time, his free time, practicing his spells and also pulling out the 2 drow spellcasting books that he found. Would like to spend some time to transcribe, if not here, when they get back to Rosona. Whatever you think.
Awesome. I'm gonna just, to you in private, I'm just gonna send you a list of their spells that they have in their like spell books. And then you know how it goes. You need the money for it, and as long as you have the money, you can just transcribe it and put it in your character sheet.
I definitely got the funds. I definitely have the funds for that.
Let me find the. Yeah, this guy's.
I can make you ink if you need it.
I would appreciate that.
Can also make you drugs. Pretty good stuff.
I can make you drugs.
I think also when Talion is practicing what he has right now in his spellbook, you see him kind of practicing summoning a spectral, like, translucent, like, midnight blue hand. And he's practicing, like, moving objects with it and, like, just trying to manipulate it, trying to get a feel for it. He's also practicing fighting coordination with his shadow knife on the dummies that the army provides.
Awesome.
The next spell, this one is also another dunamis spell that he's experimenting with, and he asks for a scout to test it out on. He promises that it won't harm them.
Gotcha.
He's He wants to try it out. He is trying this spell in the spell called Sapping Sting.
Ooh, okay.
It's a
As you,
cantrip.
hell yeah, you cast your spell on this person. It's like, yeah, of course, Scout Sergeant, as you say. As you cast it on them, it hits them and whoop, sends them to the ground as they immediately fall on their back. Okay, awesome.
I go
happens.
back. Yeah,
Incredible
I go to that
can. Another, I believe, another Dunamancy cantrip, right? Another Dunamancy
Yeah.
spell. Incredible. You hit someone and they
once-
fall prone. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and the moment it happens, Tali's like, apologies, and he runs over and picks them up.
Yeah, they like hold onto their little bit of a wound that they have. Like it's all right, it's nothing. Of course, Scout Sergeant, nothing. As they appreciate you sort of carrying afterwards. Here you go, Will. Here is the list of spells that they have in their sort of combined spell books.
Alrighty. And I
Some of the
think I'll
spares
take-
got like torn and stuff, but yeah, that's most of what it was in. Most of what that was in there.
What am I looking at cost-wise?
So cost-wise, yes, to copy a spell, unless you are like a wizard of that school, right? It costs 50 gold per level of the spell.
Alright. I think some of these are like level 3s and 2s.
I can do this math for you if you want to real fast here. Let's see. 50, and then we have so I'll do this. So 100. This is a level 1. This is a level 3. This is a level 2. This is a level 1, and this is a level 2. No, actually, hold on. What is web spell? What level is that?
I think web is 2.
1 or 2? Yeah, it's 2. Okay, so total cost to transcribe that is 550.
Alright, I'll remove 50 platinum.
Awesome.
That'd be 600. I'll do 600.
55. Yeah. There you go. You can just add all of these spells to your list. Will, if you want to drag these in, you can. If not, I'll drag them in for you. Just let me know.
I can do that.
Gotcha.
Out of
All right.
curiosity, can we copy from each other's spellbooks?
Yeah, you can totally do that.
Nice. Okay, that's cool.
Excellent. All right. So, that said, it's time to journey to Rasona. Do you guys want to drop by Iothia Moorlands? Did you want to drop by the like Dolarav warriors or the Koshtask there are there?
I would like at some point to send a message to Alcina, but
Oh yeah, Gron shows up after 3 days and looks over and says, I couldn't find her.
I know where she is. Thank you.
Oh, all right.
But I have something else you can help me with.
All right.
Show me how to fight like Veraki did.
Oh, all right. Well, he fought like a fucking pussy and he died, if that's what you were like. How do you mean? Huh?
The giant 2 weapons.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Sometimes I jump to conclusions. Right. Oh, well, you're not an orc. You can't hold weapon like orc. Well, maybe. You are a blood sister to me. Perhaps. He grabs your hand and starts looking at your palm, and he points at his giant fucking mitten, says, it's in the grasp. It takes some training. And a lot of people believe that training with a weapon will make them powerful and skilled with it. That's true for most. But orcs learn to value ferocity. We don't train. We don't practice with our weapons. First time I ever swung a battle axe was at another warrior I wanted to kill. Right? To train yourself to wield axes or hammers or I don't fucking know, if you want to have 2 big sticks in your hands, you have to do it with intention to strike with them. Your grasp has to be titanic to hold them. So if you want to just sort of wail on me, just beat the shit out of me in practice, you can do that. You know?
Okay.
You can't just hold it and hope to hit a wooden stick and it not fight back. That's not battle. I'll punch you back right away, and it'll make you angry. It'll make you want to hit me harder, and then you're gonna learn how to not drop, let those weapons slip out of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
It gets difficult at times. Like, sometimes I'm so deep in someone's guts that the blood makes it all, like, slippery and such. One time the axe turned around and I swung it, but I somehow hit myself in the back of the head. Lost a lot of blood that day. Ooh. But we can teach this, maybe. I've never thought an orc, someone who's not an orc, could learn it, but maybe you could. You're just angry enough.
Fair enough. We'll just
All
go off
right.
over here and I'll beat the shit out of you.
All right, sounds good to me. This is gonna be awesome. Takes his shirt off. You just practice hitting him. And it's not easy. You keep like it's hard to hold because you slam into him like brutally, right? And you dig into him and he roars, fucking punches you up the jaw immediately, right? And you drop the weapon. You can't hold it because it's not easy. You're not used to holding the both of them at the same time. These big sort of two-handed weapons meant for two hands, right? If you get some downtime and you have Gron around or someone else who you can just beat forever, right, with intention to kill, you can learn this skill of how to hold two massive weapons all at the same time. But you can't do it in 3 days. You'll need like a month maybe or more.
Hey,
All right,
Gron, I have a question, Gron.
You have to heal me. She hit me so fucking hard, I think some of my ribs are broken.
Oh, of course. She'll heal him.
I was talking to Zoria and trying to teach her how to, like, be powerful, but fuck, she hit so fucking hard.
She really does, you know?
Yeah. I can't see. Like, you are just like a blurry shape right now.
Oh, she'll heal him. She goes, Gron, how do you feel about going to hell and possibly trying to kill a demon there?
What's hell?
Lots of mean things that you can kill, and they're very hard to kill.
How hard?
Pretty hard.
That sounds fucking awesome. I'd love to do that. Right now?
No, not right now. Because Baron was looking for people, and he thought that you would be great, and I agree. You know, you're fantastic.
He saw my plunging attack. Saw my plunging attack from like 80 feet up when I broke my legs and ribs. He saw that and he thought, I'm the guy for the job.
He saw you jump from the wyvern, and then, you know, and he was like, wow,
That's
that
right.
guy is totally strong. Yep.
All right, everybody likes what they see. All right, I'll do it. If it means I can infinitely fight people, I mean, that's just every boy's dream.
Lots of demons in hell. Lots of them.
Are you gonna be coming?
Of course. You know, I can't leave him to
Alright.
go by himself.
Fuck yes. You know, I like fighting, and getting stabbed and lacerated makes me feel alive. But then I get to that point where I can't really move anymore, and then you show up, and then I can do it again when you heal me with your magic. I think you might be one of my favorite persons in this, like, weird group that you're in.
That's, you know, remember when we met? I healed you.
I like Alondra as well. She's crazy hot.
Oh, you know, she'll be happy to hear that. Well, she'll, you know, she won't be surprised. by you
Please,
saying
with
that.
her looks, she knows it already.
I know. It's,
Right.
you know, not all of us are blessed like Alondra.
No, some of us just have bloodlust in our hearts, like you and me.
Oh, you think I have bloodlust?
Wait, are you not the one who just was punching me for a few hours?
No, that was Oria. Don't
Sorry,
worry,
she
I
hit
heal
me
you.
so hard at one point. I think like an owl, I kind of looked behind me for a moment. I saw my own ass, and I freaked out.
You have to remember, Zoria, you know, she really can't be killed, so she can go a lot
Yeah, I
longer.
fucking noticed. Like, when I showed up, she had, like, a throat hole.
Yeah.
Like, in the tower.
Yeah, she
God.
cleared that up really quickly.
Yeah, no. No, that was crazy. That should not be. She should not be alive. But I'm glad she is. So she's a good person to fight occasionally as a hobby.
I'm glad she's alive too. And he's
Yeah, I'll go to hell. Sounds fucking good.
Okay, she's gonna heal him.
Oh, thank you so much. You hear like fucking bones resetting and everything slipping back. Like he's fucking bruised blue, right? From like a lot. Zoria fucking made a mess of him. Zoria's got some things to work through.
Is you okay? Do you need healing or you're alright?
No, I'm good. Everything's popping back into place.
Yep, yep.
She's gonna
It's like a bone sticking out of one of her forearms or something like that she just like snaps back into place.
She's gonna go to London. You know, Gran thinks you're hot.
What was that?
He said you're hot. He said,
Well,
you know, the
obviously.
Alondras. I knew you were going to say that, Alondra. I wish I had your confidence, you know?
Oh, you should. You're beautiful.
No, I'm
What?
not.
And you'll just see like Alondra just go into a full rendition of Popular from Wicked.
Singing around you for a few minutes there. She's like, oh god, something's happening. A little bit of Fey magic starts playing again and she starts dancing and singing around you.
Yeah, and then like Sebastian, my unseen servant, comes and start doing your hair and putting on a little makeup.
Like
It's
floating
you know.
hair and everything. You have a makeover real fast.
You see, you're beautiful. So beautiful.
Thank you, Alondra.
I mean, not anybody could get the task in.
She's gonna get completely embarrassed and red. Alondra, you know, not many people know about that. Not that I'm trying to keep it a secret, you know. I just, you know.
It's nothing to be ashamed of. I would be shouting it from the mountains.
Well, you know, I don't know if he wants everyone to know, and I don't want to be presumptuous, you know, and you know.
If you want, I could like write a song about your everlasting love and how amazing it is, and how it stands, and how it won this war, and you know, love came together to conquer Duberan and the children of Malice, and how amazing you are, and you know,
Oh.
we could have it all throughout Jorhas. It could be amazing.
That's really good, but you know, how about how amazing we all are, you know, everyone here, because we all did it together as a group.
You know, it's funny though because we don't even have a group name. What kind of group doesn't have a group name? Nobody knows us because we don't have a group name.
You can come up with a name when you come up with the song.
You're leaving this to me.
It's dangerous.
It cannot be with Alondra's group, okay? Your name cannot be in the front or anywhere near. It has to be all of us, you know?
Again, you're leaving this to me.
Oh, okay, don't worry about the group name. Just worry about the song.
Okay.
And I've been praying over Captain Raid. I really think that she's going to be okay. You know, I don't want Odo to be so sad.
Yeah. Speaking of Odo, look over at Odo.
Mhm.
You doing okay?
Odo's off working on his armor at the moment.
Oh, it's armor.
Mhm.
Well,
That's what he's been
Seems to
spending
have
his
sort
few
of-
days doing.
Yeah, he seems to have
Maybe-
sort of sequestered himself.
maybe I can spar with Odo, and maybe hopefully he thinks I'm worthy, you know. But you know, that could maybe get his mind off things or something.
You know, you could. You know, I remember he was really excited about him and Captain Ray sparring, and he was so excited about that.
Yeah, as you see.
I think it's a different kind of sparring, but she doesn't understand that because she doesn't know anything about that kind of stuff.
I'm about to write Alcina a message. Do you have any thing you want to say?
Tell her I said hi, and I'm really worried about the whole Wostrucker thing because she told us to stay away from them.
Yeah, that's a little confusing. Especially, didn't she say she was from the Dwindy's Empire or something like that, right? So
I really hope.
Who's that Pokemon?
I love Casino.
Oh, I like Alcina too. A lot.
Oh, I did not know.
We weren't very shy about it.
But you're nice to everyone, so I didn't make any assumptions, you know?
Oh, it's not like we're exclusive or anything, but we shared a promise.
But I would tell her I said hello and I hope she's okay. And I'll leave you to your message. I don't want to, I know it's probably private. I don't want to intrude, so you have a good message. And I see you later.
Girl, I'm an open book.
Ayla is not.
Ayla's like, no, I'm doing this for me. Please don't.
No,
make
she
me stay. I'm
doesn't.
not
She is
staying
so
to you."
private. She is
Yeah,
so
yeah.
shy about people knowing anything about her, like relationship wise. She's just very shy overall.
Please, I'm trying to leave because of my awkwardness, social awkwardness, not yours. Just let me leave, please. Excellent. As you awkwardly back away out of the situation here, Alondra, what's the message you sent?
Hi, miss you. Wanted to let you know that the mission at Doomeran was successful. I found the weapon I was seeking. Heard that there's been movements in the Ashkeeper Peaks and the Empire's taken Asarius. Heard there's mention of
not that far, not that far. Just to
is it a written
Ashkeeper
message?
Peaks. Ashkeeper Peaks is the no. You can talk
Oh,
as
I'm
you want,
confusing.
but you were saying wrong things. That's all.
Ashgard Garrison.
Ashgard,
because-
Ashkeeper Peaks is the mountains, and you heard
Correct.
that was the garrison they took. The
Gotcha.
Empire took that, but Asarius had a bunch of
Right.
these Volstruckers show up and kill most of the Genolios.
I'm getting them confused. Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
you'll
Yes,
swap
I got
around.
it. Okay, got it. Yes.
Rewind, but yes. You
Empire's
say it
taken
just with the
Ashgard
right
Garrison.
things.
Yes, exactly. Volstruckers and Asarius. Do you have anything to do with this? Are you okay? Ayla says hi.
Excellent. Jess, as Alcina, 300 feet underground, currently fighting two mummies who are trying to attack you down this corridor as a saw blade trap is shooting past you. How do you respond?
Little bit busy at the moment. What the hell is happening?
We have that comic book style cross screen thing where we see Alondra chilling, trying to talk to her, fucking Alcina fighting hordes of zombies in this dungeon somewhere as we see some sort of ancient artifact on the wall that she's trying to get to. You guys can have several sets of these messages and have a full-blown sort of conversation if you want.
Okay.
But once you have time and you get the message again, what is Alcina's response?
That's a lot to sort of process at one time. I wasn't at the garrison, and I certainly wasn't in Asarius, so I had nothing to do with that. I can't say that information I gathered wasn't used in the process because I'm still at the end of the day one of them. But I didn't do it. You have my word on that. So, whatever that's worth to you, I suppose. Miss you guys too. You as well. And tell Ayla I said hello. Hopefully at some point we see each other again. I do miss you guys a lot. Again, was not me. Been under the ground for quite a while. Literally, under the ground. Not dead, mind you. I just know that as you're getting this back.
Samesies under the mountain sucks.
Yeah, text. Amazing. Sucks.
LOL, winky face.
He gets a fucking message, you up. That's it. Yeah, no, as you finish this, we sort of linger on Alcina for a moment, and you sort of like walk out of this dungeon, a bag of loot, like rolled up tapestries and old like talismans and such. You see the wastes ahead of you somewhere, as you're like, oof, that was a hard one. And you hear like a horrible roar, and you look up and you see a purple comet slowly coming towards you. You're like, fuck, and start moving away immediately as you see Titan just sort of flying from bad to worse.
Get away from
as,
him.
Yeah, as you like go to deal with that, we cut back to the party. Yeah, Samesies under mountain sucks. Amazing.
She says hi
Alright.
back, Ayla.
Oh, that's good. I think Ayla's gonna try to find Odo while he's building his armor.
Yeah. Not a lot of workplace here, so you find him sort of like fucking Tony Stark building his first Iron Man suit, just in a cave, like working on his armor, right? Just sort of empty little space he found.
Hi, Odo. You working hard over here, I see.
Hey, yeah, it keeps my mind focused.
I wanted to tell you something while I was doing a ceremony over Captain Ray. The staff kind of vibrated, so I am severely hopeful that she was able to go in here when she died. So it's possible she may be able to come back.
That's great. I still wasn't there.
Although it's not your fault. We
I
were
know.
all not there.
I know, and still.
I don't want you to blame yourself, you know.
I'm glad you have faith in your beacon and your goddess. I hope you're right. But
Well, it's not my beacon, it's hers. You know, it's her god that she believes in. And she was consecuted. That's why I wanted to take it there to her to see.
well, hopefully we can get it done. Hopefully you're right. But where I come from, not a lot of that happens. So, usually it's just it. So,
Even where I come from, it doesn't really happen. I mean, bringing people back to death is kind of really hard. But I don't know what the consecuted means. I didn't want to ask. I want to ask him
I'll be
about
honest,
this
I don't know
because
what
I feel
half
like
the things you guys say is, anyways. It's either spells or religion.
I've never heard that word before. He said that his soul is in there. I don't even know what that means. But maybe I could talk to the umami when we get back, and maybe I can see how it works. Maybe get Captain Ray back. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure you're alright. Does he look like messed up from like using the whip? Does he look like corrupted or dark?
I think he looks
That's,
tired.
I mean, yeah, I think you're just very tired. You don't feel the whip here does not have that kind of relationship with you. The whip, you don't feel like it's trying to like corrupt you or anything like that. It just wants to be used to strike down the mighty. That's the only thing it wants to do, right? It has no particular interest in you. As long as it is used, it is happy. But yeah, he just sort of looks tired. You don't get like a dark aura from him or anything like that.
He doesn't seem himself. He seems more less than happy. Not his jovial self. black around the eyes, like he's not been sleeping well.
Does it seem like he's been working super like long doing this?
Kind
It's
of.
been, you have like 3 days before you leave, type of thing. So you tell me how much he's been there.
He probably put all his effort into it for like the first 2.5 nights, and now he's probably really tired.
I don't think lesser restoration can cure exhaustion, correct?
That's greater.
Yeah. Oh, try to get a little bit of rest because we're going to be going on the road, and there's Titan and so many things that could possibly
Yeah,
attack.
I appreciate it. I am almost done. I'll be done here shortly, I think, and I'll get some sleep. Thank you, Ava.
Okay, have a good one. And she's gonna leave.
All right. That said, I think it is time to leave Doomeran, to close this chapter and leave it behind us. As we get a little montage of the party gathering all their things, the soldiers picking up all the valuables, the things that could be used by the dynasty in the years or decades or hundreds of them to come as we leave. The Red Forest left behind us. We have a brief sort of goodbye we give to some of the Dolarav tribesmen here, as well as some of the Koshtask orcs, as they are sort of left behind. Gron's coming with us, because he's the leader of these guys, and they're expected to meet with the Bright Queen in Rossona. You guys spend what is basically the next, 2 weeks, traveling. You guys travel a lot slower than the first party that left because you're traveling with an army. You have like 1,000 soldiers that are traveling on with you, so it takes about a week and a half. You guys walk your way along the hallowed path and make it into the barbed fields. You see this odd, strange land up ahead. What seems to be these spires of stone jutting out like teeth emerging from the dry wasteland floor. The barbed fields are filled with all kinds and manner of demons and horrifying monsters. The soldiers that are with you dispatch of these, quickly destroying them on your path, as finally up ahead you begin to see the capital city of Rossona. Built atop a plateau, you guys rise slowly along this path, and as you approach it, you see as people from the distance begin to immediately take notice, as you can immediately hear upon your approach that bells begin to ring. There is this intensity to this arrival that all of the city begins to immediately listen. You hear these bells ring out over the bustling crowds as they sort of continue to move and trade and mingle in these busy streets. You see nobles and knights that clop on by on horseback and on the back of these moor-bounder beasts, while columns of guards and soldiers of the Aurora Watch march in formation. In the distance, you see sort of like stray beasts and dogs that sort of bark as everyone is gathered. The gate of the city kind of opens ahead, and you all see as you are welcomed into the city. The soldiers, all of them are sort of like cheering for the soldiers, the local populace, throwing sort of like flowers in your direction and such, as you see tons of these mostly drow, but a lot of like Duragar and like deep gnomes, orcs. You see occasionally just like an elf and a human as well around, but much less so. A lot of tieflings that live here.
Who's that
as you
Pokemon?
kind of walk through. The market sort of is abuzz with sound, these happy chimes of music that sort of string themselves through this. You hear people sort of running on by just to get a little closer to get a better look at the heroes as they approach. And they are mostly sort of looking to Varen here, but the moment they see you guys, they excitedly all begin to sort of as well kind of clap for you and look in your direction. As you all arrive into Rasona. As friends, this is the sort of overview of the city as you approach it here. This is what the place looks like.
It's so
As
big.
yeah, it's quite big. It's quite big. As you guys slowly kind of approach on in, you see the sort of night sky above, the beautiful sights, many of them here, as, oh, sorry, my roll 20 broke. As you guys
So,
approach...
this like Eternal Night's like very unique to this kind of area around.
Yeah, it
Rosanna, right?
seems to be. Even though a few hours ago, it's sort of like middle of the day, bright light, sunlight out. Now, as you approach here, the sky is fully blotted out. As you look up, like doubtless in your mind, Alondra, this is some sort of a magical effect that is obscuring the skies above. As you kind of approach and get closer, you see that a lot of these people are looking to you with surprise. Not exactly the heroes they expected to see, and not exactly the kind of folk they expected, but nevertheless, they sort of welcome you on in. Some of these soldiers begin to sort of take you to a location as you see Varen tell you guys basically that I will be heading to the Lucid Bastion tomorrow evening. There's going to be a great gathering in our honor. Mine, yours, everyone's who participated in this, in the firmaments. Meanwhile, I think he looks over to one of these soldiers, says, I'll let you guys enjoy your new place of stay, your new home. Guards, show them, our honored guests, our heroes, where they'll be staying while they remain in Rasona. These guards nod and give you a look of like this way, to show you your new home. Varen says your official accommodations and accomplishments to be recognized in your titles and medals will be given tomorrow evening. But the coin you were promised and some additional rewards from the Bright Queen herself will await for you in your new home. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Turn.
She would
Thank
give
you.
him. Yeah, she would give him the staff. Here, use the
No.
staff. No.
Let it stay with you for now. I think it'd be better for you, your group, or yourself to present it to the Bright Queen.
You sure?
I am.
Okay. I will hold on to it then.
Mhm.
Darren, do you know where Ruka and the Sky Spirit are staying?
I imagine in the Lucid Bastion, in the castle of the Bright Queen.
Would you care terribly if I accompanied you?
No, I suppose not, of course. Alright. So, as you guys head on off, you get a sort of look over the firmaments, the walls above, as, you see Rasona down below. 2 moons above, as you sort of look on down. As you make your way over and across, and then finally, Those of you who have been sent, who have gone to sort of see your new place of stay, you see as these guards bring you to a two-story building. Yeah, and as you approach, it is quite size. It's got quite a size to it. It is well built, lavish in appearance. As you guys all begin to approach, you see as these guards sort of drop you off here, and you guys enter on in. And the first person you see as you arrive here, as some sort of a groundskeeper. You see a half-orc, or maybe a full orc, you're not exactly sure. As I'm going to show you guys your new place while you're here in Persona. Welcome to your home. You guys are down here at the very entrance. You'll notice there's two maps here. The one above is the first floor. The one below is the floor that you're entering from now. And as you guys approach, you see over here, there's this orc guy who slowly approaches you guys. And he immediately falls to one knee, and he kind of looks to you all and says, "My lords and ladies, I am Opren. I am the groundskeeper of this here place, this manor. I have been its keeper for some time now, preparing it for your arrival. I will be the one handling all of your necessities when it comes to your stables, your land here, and otherwise. It is an honor to meet you all, heroes of a great war." And he just sort of bows.
Alondra will offer her hand so he can kiss it.
You'll immediately kiss your hand.
Well met.
Well met, my lady. And he just sort of lowers his head and begins to slowly kind of look over as the main door opens, and exiting it are three Dragonborn. You see these three individuals. As the one in the front steps forth, you see this what might like a red Dragonborn woman steps forth and says, "My lords and ladies, greetings. I am Brayla the Aegis. I will be your guard's captain. Under my service are 10 skilled warriors of the Aurora Watch. We will ensure your safety day and night. These are my two brothers. They are also your guardians and protectors. This is Siggy. He is a mage. You see this blue dragonborn who sort of has a lightning spell going on, and he bows deeply to you all. And this is Kroger. You see this big fucking, like a white dragonborn with like an eye patch over his eye, who like nods as well. As the three of them sort of bow their heads. Welcome, lords and ladies. As they sort of clear the path for you to welcome you into your new home. As these are going to be your sort of guardians while you're home or away. As Oberyn here will finally sort of like excuse himself and go to take care of the, you know, whatever needs to be taken care of here. As Brayla steps forward and says, "It is an honor to meet you all. I have heard stories already of great things that have happened in this war. A shadow of jealousy dispelled from our lands. What incredible work you have done. I only envy myself that I have not been able to join you in this battle."
Well, you had a noble charge protecting the people of Rosanna, no?
That I did, sir. That I did, sir. Please.
Especially with these Dwin Weebs invading, you know?
What?
The Dwindalaws.
Yeah, the Dwindalians,
the-
of course, my lady, of course. Certainly, many things have come from across those mountains, but it is mostly pain and intolerance.
Where do you guys come from? I haven't seen Dragonborns.
We lived a long time ago in a place called Draconia, but our home has fallen to a mighty, terrible beast. Ever since then, we are people without home. Some of us, however, found refuge here in Rosona. We have worked our way through, and some of us have become trusted members of the Aurora Watch.
We briefly visited Draconia, like kind of, right?
You
A
did.
little bit, yes. With the woman who was turning people to stone, the Medusa.
The Medusa, yes. That's where we found what's his name? Jog?
Krag Storm Speech.
Yeah, Krog, Storm Speech. Do you know him?
No, I do not believe I do. But I imagine he is either a Ravenite or a Dragonborn who has lost his path. Not many of our kin are welcome there. And she gestures sort of behind her as you see that her and her two brothers have tails.
Oh, well, it's wonderful to meet you, and Ayla's gonna hug them all.
Yeah, give you a little awkward, like, my lady, okay, and they sort of give you a hug.
I
there.
hug everybody.
You see
You don't
this
hug
blue
me.
Dragonborn. Oof. You see this blue...
Italian's gonna
Oh, yeah.
approach Brayla and reach out his hand for a handshake. I look forward to your protection.
I look forward to keeping you safe, my lord. And
How
he gives
how
you a
big
bow.
is this guy? How big is he?
He is like 9 foot tall. He's very big. He's like oversized Dragonborn.
She's
As,
gonna hug him and it's gonna be like at the waist.
He like looks around awkwardly at his sister and kind of bows his head, but it almost looks like he's like leaning into the hug with you. He says, "Oh my lady, I am Kroger. I am powerful. I use my power to protect this home."
And thank you very much. I thank all of you.
I will make sure nobody steals from you or comes to attack you.
Well, we appreciate it.
See, the last one, the blue dragonborn, bows his head very calmly and says, "I am Sigi, or Sigismund. I am gifted with the arcane. My fellows call me the mystic. I'm skilled with the ways of evocation, spells of destruction. Should the time call for it, where enemy comes to Rossona, seeking to vanquish great heroes of the war beneath, they will be met by fire and lightning."
Siggy, are you a student of the arcane, or are these natural gifts?
These are gifts I was born with. I am a sorcerer.
Ayla will be like, me too.
You too have magic within your blood. It is impressive and rare to meet another. I am nowhere near your level of power, my lady, but I will do all I can to keep you all safe.
Alondra will like kneel over to to Talion as a brief aside, check him in the shoulder, and be like, "Shortcuts."
So you guys, you have Brayla, Siggy, and Kroger here. Brayla is your paladin hireling, aka your captain of the guard. You have Siggy, who is a sorcerer hireling, and then you have Kroger, who is a fighter, but he is the fighting style of like the unarmed fighting, like the one where he's just punching people.
And then Oberyn, the groundskeeper, who
Oberyn is not like a class anything. He's just a groundskeeper. He makes sure you guys have fresh food and produce and stuff like that. He
Nice.
tends to your mounts and such, which by the way, you guys will have some like free like mounts here and like a carriage that you have now and stuff like that that
Where
falls
is
in with
Swampshell
you.
at?
And
yeah, I was going to ask the same thing about
We left him
Presumably
in
Swampshell
Chartis.
you would either have to leave him in the in Asarius or bring him and he would be just outside the city because they can't bring him in the city. He's too big. Yeah?
I
But-
thought we left him in Chartis when we came here.
I don't remember. I don't
I
think
think
you
they
did because you
it's
traveled
when we
around.
promoted him.
You traveled around the swamp.
I think
with
we talked
him.
about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
we still need him to get
You
around.
did it. Yeah. So he would have
If-
been there, and you could have then, after the war, you could have sent them to Charis.
But my Moorbounder Teddy is probably here.
Could be if you wanted to.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I think in Zoria's too. Because, yeah. Is there a place where I could put Red here? Is there like anything on the roof?
Yeah, you have. Well, it's not just this map. This map is just the manor itself, but you have another like acre and a half of land here, or something like that, where you have like, yeah, you have like a farm, and you have like land where like there's crops that they grow here in these dark gardens. You have stables with some like cattle and beasts and of all kinds and such. So yeah, there's definitely a place enough. As you guys sort of step forward, they sort of gesture, like, go ahead, enjoy your home. As you guys walk into this foyer, this sort of lobby area, you see waiting for you there are two individuals. You see a dark elven man, and you see a dark dwarf, a Duragar. You see this guy first step forward, this older-looking drow man who steps forward, holding in his hand little prayer beads of the Luxon. He steps forward, says, "Lords and ladies, greetings. I am Isbil. I'm your major domo, your butler, your servant, faithful in this life and the next. I will be the one tending to your every needs, fulfilling whatever tasks, mundane or complicated, you would need me to. Other than me, there is 7 other servants here, and this here he gestures to this dark dwarf woman with fiery red eyes. He says, "This is Tisora, or Tiz. She will be the head maid here. She will ensure that your sheets are always clean, that your pillows are fluffed, and that your home is clean." Her, of course, and the 7 others. Tizora sort of nods, says, "Pleasure to meet you all." As they both sort of bowed their heads to you.
I think Ayla will be so excited to see a dwarf because she hasn't seen one since she was in Uthodurn.
Yeah, you see a Duragar. There's this like gray dwarf with burning flame eyes.
And she was saying dwarfish because she can speak dwarfish. She's like, "Oh, it's amazing to meet you."
Perks up immediately and speaks back in Dwarvish, says, "My lady, you speak the Dwarven tongue. I did not quite expect that from an elf. I apologize, I did not mean to offend."
My mentor Bramka, she taught me in Uthodurn.
Uthodurn? I've heard of it. The town of elves and dwarves up in the north.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yes.
I'm just a humble servant, but you would honor me if you would tell me sometime when we find time some stories of this place you call home.
She's gonna say in dwarfish, I don't really like the idea of severance, so you're just gonna be my friend here, okay? And we just ask for favors. I'm not going to order you around. But I'm happy to meet another dwarf, and be able to talk to you.
He gives you this kind of cocky smirk and says, "Very well. Name's Tiz, then, for my friends."
Okay, Tiz, I will talk to you later whenever you're free. We can talk about Uthodurn.
Isbel goes, "Tisora, it is not quite polite to speak in a manner where all of your lords and ladies might not understand." And she "Right, of course, Mr. Majordomo." And he clears his throat again, says, "If the lords and ladies would allow, I would like to show you your new domicile." And he'll start taking you through some of these rooms here, as he shows you off some of the locations. For example, he shows you over here, down here is a little game room where you guys just sort of hang out, just sort of shoot the shit, spend some time and such. Connected to it is a library. If you wanted a library, there's a library.
Nice.
This up here is a little kind of waiting area for the servants, and this over here is a little kitchen area for the servants. There's a basement down there, which is basically like a big pantry that they have all these barrels of food and all kinds of supplies down there. There's a little trophy room, trophy room number 1 here, with all kinds of fearsome beasts that are mounted here that have been sort of like prepared in magical ways, petrified or such, that you guys can replace and place your own like spoils of victory right there if you wish. Up here, there's a big sort of like a dining room. This is a sort of like a war room or just like a hangout chamber, another area where you can just sort of hang out if you want to and such. He brings you over here to the kitchen, and as he opens the door, there is a half-orc woman doing kung fu in the kitchen. There is an orc woman with flame and lightning and ice shooting out of her sort of fingertips as she dances around this lady, and she's cooking food. She's like kicking up fucking pans and doing a crazy flip as she kicks a single egg and like balances it on one finger, and she's doing all of this like jumping left, right, left, right, left, right, and then sort of unleashes with a punch this big wave of flame, and this beautiful plate of like some sort of like a lunch, a steak prepared with like potatoes on the side and some veggies and such, as she spins it up around, and she sort of looks around to you all as the Major Domo goes, and she spins around to you all, does like a triple front flip thing, and lands in a deep bow and says, "My lords and ladies, you finally arrive. I am Dreza. I am the chef. I will cook your food, prepare it to your liking. I have trained under many masters of martial arts and culinary skills. I will prepare for you meals like you've never had before. Honored to serve you." And she bows her head. Isabel looks over and says, "Dreza here is quite the cook, if not a bit extra at times with her motions. She does a backflip, lands on the table, does like another one, shoots a bunch of fucking lightning in one way, ice in another, cools down, and she makes an ice cream, right? And presents it like a tray of ice creams for you guys."
Illa is smiling. Oh, what is amazing! And she'll grab an ice cream.
Please enjoy. There's like a strawberry and some chocolate and like a vanilla, but a bunch of different flavors.
Pretty unique way of cooking, I would have to say.
That's amazing, right, Alondra? Can you do that? Can you
Thank
do
you.
stuff like that, Alondra?
Let me try. She cracks an egg on a pan and casts firebolt underneath it.
We can see the outside of the house and a fireball explodes from the window. You giving me a sleight of hand roll to see if you can do some fancy sort of magic combinations and make a fancy meal all of a sudden.
9.
The egg goes flying through the window, whoosh, outside, as the pan goes flying under the table and such, as you sort of give it a try, but it's not really your speciality here.
Really my thing, but
Dreza sort of...
Italian's kind of just walking around the kitchen inspecting, and looks over to Dreza. May I?
Certainly, my lord.
You watch as Italian opens his mess kit and brings out his chef knife.
Ooh, okay. As he sort of like unrolls it, he's got all the tools.
And I'm going to make a quick little egg dish.
Awesome. Are you proficient with cook's utensils?
I am.
Hell yes. Go ahead and give me a roll with your intelligence, wisdom, or if you're trying to make like a quick display of it, dexterity.
So cooking utensils, I'll use my dexterity.
Go right ahead.
That's 13.
Yeah, you make within this time a very fine meal here. As Dreza gives this like kind of clap of her hand, says, "Impressive, my lord. Many of the nobility do not know how to feed themselves. I can see that you have not grown in that way, able to take care of yourselves. It is an impressive trait for a noble."
As Italian's kind of compliment here. Wow, growing up, I was tasked with making meals.
I see.
And
Yeah.
Italian kind of has this like dread look on his face when he says that.
Yeah, you guys kind of clock that as she looks over and bows her head, says, "No longer, my lord. Allow me to feed you when you are hungry."
Italian's kind of like taking his apron and kind of wiping his hands in front of Dreza. If you don't mind, every once in a while, I like to help prepare meals.
I would be honored, my lord.
Excellent.
And as you guys begin to walk away, she's just fucking doing kung fu, right? She's like flipping around and doing shit and doing way too much stuff. She's going way too hard. As you have this very hyperactive, another hireling. She's a 4 elements monk, but also she's a chef, right? She's a very good chef. As you guys, you can take a look now and go upstairs if you want to, as Isbil will go upstairs to sort of show you this new area. I'm gonna move you guys upstairs real fast. Oh, you got yourselves, actually, never mind. Go ahead and move yourselves to this next area. As you go up the stairs here, the statue built into the staircase here, you see there's plenty of these rooms here. There's 5 total rooms that you guys will notice. Yeah, I see Odo already picked the small one in the corner here. There's this one over here. It has a bathroom, which is nice. There's this one over here as well. There's one opposed to it. And there's one up here in the corner as well. Other than that, Isbil will show you guys some of the other spots around. He shows you that there is a little sort of war room slash workspace over here where you can set your like artisan tools and such if you need or use any. There's a little arts room here where you can use to, you know, do any artsy stuff you feel like. And there is a sort of like a trophy room over here. Inspecting it briefly, Isbil shows you guys that this like mounted moose head here, when you pull one of the horns of it, reveals a little secret room, a little vault room behind that hidden wall right there. As, he shows you off the rest of the locations in this place. Some of them, for example, there's a little terrace out here that you can, like, be outside looking over the city and the distance. And it's quite a nice place. It is quite a large, spacious location for you guys. As you walk up here, Isbel looks to you and says, once you have settled yourself in properly, I will be awaiting for you downstairs. A chest filled with treasures has arrived for you as a thank you from the Bright Queen herself. There are also some specific pieces of inventory with your names on it. I will await for you downstairs once you're ready. And he's going to go wait for you guys once you're settled in.
Which rooms do you want?
Well, I was going to ask, I would like to be able to pray under the moon, but I don't think we can here because of the magic.
It's always going to be night. I think
But
you
we
can still see
can't
the moons.
We cannot see anything through this, whatever this bubble is.
DM, can't you see the
we can
moons?
see the moons.
You can see the moons and such. In fact, you guys will learn soon enough as you're about here a little more about Rasona and a little bit like what's this place about and what they do here. As here is a simple little handout here that just sort of speaks, if you guys are interested in the lore of this place, something you'll be able to learn quickly as you stay here. And one of the things that you will quickly learn is that during like noon, middle of the day, this darkness is dispelled. Whatever it is that produces this darkness is dispelled for 1 hour when they all pray to the Luxon. They do it in the middle of the day when the sun is out, even though they're like, most of them like Duragar and like Drow, and like light is not harmful, but like it's difficult for them to look or see during light. They've been doing this for hundreds of years now in open defiance to Lolth, who would have them underground and hidden away. So yes,
So you do that every day?
Yeah, every single day. Light comes on through over the whole city for 1 hour, and then whatever it is that brings this darkness blots it out again.
I'm sure gonna go in here. Alonda, this room has a whole bunch of like hats and clothes and stuff. You want this one?
It's perfect for you. I was kind of leaning towards this one over here because it has a bath. I mean, this one does too, but this one seems more spacious.
Who's
I like the
that
desk.
Pokemon?
Oh. I was gonna be by the one by the
This one has a balcony, does it not?
I don't think
there's the
so. I
windows.
don't know if
That's
you can
the
get to
window?
it because of this desk.
No, that's
Oh, no,
that's
this is
down
the
below.
outside.
That's the
Yeah,
bottom.
yeah,
That's where you
it's the bottom.
entered.
Yes.
I think I was gonna take the one by the art studio. I can always play on the balcony there.
You know what? I bet Zoria loves hats. Let's give her that one.
I think she would not like it. But you know what? I'm not going to pick a room until Zoria's here because she's not really fair. She's not going to be able to pick. She's just going to get whatever's left over.
Alondra just shrugs and then goes into the room.
Elijah's grabbing that one. I see Odo's grabbing this one. Talion, I see grabbing this one here. He has a sign already. He puts on the door there. Excellent. Yeah. There's still plenty of space. All of these rooms are very comfortable. You guys sort of go about looking around, and as you look at this place, you learn of some of the benefits of having a place like this. So, friends, out of game, mechanically speaking, here at the very top of your Roll20 journal, you will see this new handout that says Persona Keep. We are yet to name it. It's up to you guys if you want to name it. You've not named your group yet, so I'm not expecting you guys to name a keep. This is some information about it. This is the staff you have. You have Isbil, the major domo. You have Tiz, the maid, the head maid. You have Brayla, the guard captain, and 10 additional guards that protect your land. You have Kroger, the bruiser, Siggy, the mystic, Dreza, the chef, and Obren, the groundskeeper. And other than that, you have 3 special rooms here that have been built for purpose. For example, you have a library, a vault, and an art room. The library allows you to do research. Doing research in this room grants you guys advantage on any int-based checks you do for whatever research you do. You have a vault, that's that little hidden area over here. That is locked away and protected with a DC 30 enchanted lock. So whatever you put in there, good luck getting in there. And then finally you have this art room, and it says, yes, using this room for crafting, or using your artisan tools or painting tools and such, grants you advantage on the roll using that set of tools. That is what you guys are rocking right now. So, other than that, you can leave stuff here. That's why we had that little inventory part in there. But, yeah, that's about it. All right.
Yeah, I don't think Ayla's gonna. I mean, Ayla wants this room, but she's not gonna take it. She's gonna wait to see it because I don't think this is really up Zoria's alley with the hats and everything in it. So she's just gonna wait to see which room she wants. I mean, most of the time she's probably gonna spend most of her time in here anyway.
We're gonna see furniture flying out the window if that's Zoria's just throwing
I know,
it down.
so
in
I
front of
don't
the
wanna. I
house.
don't wanna take it. So I'm just gonna wait and see which room she wants, and then she's gonna spend most of her time in this art room anyway. So it doesn't really matter.
Well, Talion has a moment in this like sitting room with Odo across from him. Odo.
Odo's just looks up at Italian.
I don't mean to like set off unnecessary alarms, but I think it might not be a bad idea to interview the staff of this place to make sure they aren't moles or spies.
You think we've made enemies that fast?
I haven't survived this long without being cautious. And while this is a very glamorous gift, I would not be surprised if there aren't strings attached. We didn't hire this staff. I don't know this staff. I at the very least would like to put the worry out of my mind if perhaps I heard during our final days in Dumoran Ayla assisted you with a truth spell.
Yeah, she did. She's good at that.
I'm thinking of asking her to assist me in interviewing the staff individually, just to root out any possibility of our privacy being breached. This is just to put my worries at rest.
If that's what you want to do, I don't have a problem with it. I pretty much take people as they are until they do me wrong.
Well, I'm only asking you because I am still the newest member of your party, and from what I've seen, you've taken up kind of more the leader role of the party, and I wanted to just run it by you to make sure it was okay.
Leader role? Nah, not really. I think it's a group decision there, but I don't have a problem with it.
All right. Thank you. And I'll let you get some rest. And Titan's gonna get up and proceed back.
We'll say, yeah, I was gonna say, we can say instead, as you guys have this conversation, let's make that the room where we'll meet with Isbil as they bring in the treasure that you guys have earned. So as you guys sit yourselves all kind of eventually gather over here, Isbil sort of waves his hand in, and a bunch of these guards bring in multiple of these large treasure chests. Friends, Zoria is not here currently, but Jess, you can mark down these rewards as well as the quest is completed, and reward is here for you. That's another 50,000 gold for you guys, which is 10,000 per person.
So another
everyone
1,000 platinum.
Grab another 1,000
Oh my
platinum.
gosh.
You won a war. You're gonna get rich. You see packaged in different sort of like size packages and such, with your guys' sort of names on little sort of golden plaques. It seems that some of the treasures from the Bright Queen's vaults have been brought for you guys here. As you guys take a look at some of the stuff you got here, we'll go through these. And once again, one of these items is as well for Zoria here, which, Jess, you can mark down once she's like back here and able to grab it and such. But these are the magical items that you guys gain. Let's start over here. Odo, you open the chest that was brought for you, and as you do, you see within it a magical shield made of glass and gold. As Odo, arriving here for you is this arcane mirror shield. This is a very rare, all of these are going to be very rare magical items. As Odo, this is a +1 magical shield, but it does some extra stuff. It has 8 charges and regains some each day. When you are a target of a spell that misses you or whose saving throw you succeed, you can use your reaction to expend a number of charges equal to the level of the spell that just hit you, and reflect some of that damage back at the person who shot you. They gotta make a dex save, or they take 1d8 radiant damage per expended charge that you blast them with. Additionally, you can expend 2 of the charges to cast the shield spell. That is your shield, the Arcane Mirror, a powerful protection tool.
Now he's got to make a choice.
Yeah, all of you guys are all attuned. You guys are all going to have to make a choice. Next on up, Talion. Arriving from you in this long package as you open it is a mythical bow. You see there, waiting for you, made of the silvery woods and ancient elven enchantments laying upon it. This oath bow waits for you. You see this magical +2 bow sitting there, and as you draw it, you see written in Elven on it are words that say, "Swift defeat to my enemies." You quickly learn of its magic. Should you utter this phrase while targeting an enemy, you can make that enemy your sworn enemy for the next 7 days, or until you kill or that person dies, basically. Whenever you make an attack with this weapon against your sworn enemy, you just have straight up advantage. You choose a guy, you just have advantage against that guy. That person doesn't gain any cover against you and such. You already have sharpshooter, so they don't and such. However, whenever you hit your sworn enemy with an attack, they take additional 4d6 piercing damage. You just blast. You mark one target and you blast. However, when your sworn enemy lives, while they live, you have disadvantage on attack rolls against anybody else. So you gotta mark someone and just focus, tunnel vision on that one guy. But this is a magical +2 longbow. Other than that, swift death to my enemies parts.
I don't mean to ruin the moment, but I can't use longbows.
I believe you are currently using a longbow.
Nope, short bow.
Any bow, let me take a look. It's fine, this weapon comes in both variants, so short bow is fine as well here. That's the least issue. In fact, the oath bow readjusts itself to whatever user it uses. It has abilities with bows. We'll change it up a little bit here to a short bow, but yeah, same extent, same abilities. There we go. Next on up, Alondra, you find another magical book. You had your fulminating treatise, a book of evocation, of destruction, of explosions. Now, you are offered instead these protective verses. This is an abjuration-focused book with spells of protection in it that you can add and use from it. By default, it has the arcane lock spell cast on it, so it's impossible to open other than you, right? While you're holding this book, you can be your spellcasting focus, and you gain a +1 bonus to spell attacks and spell saves of your spells, and it has 3 charges. You can expend them to do some special stuff, kind of like the other one. You can expend one to switch a spell, switch a prepared spell, but this one does abjuration spells. And this one also has a special thing that says, when you cast an abjuration spell, you can expend 1 charge and grant a creature you can see within 30 feet of you 2d10 temporary hit points. You also have to make a choice as well. I believe you're fully attuned up.
Yeah.
As you have this magical wizard.
That's pretty dang good. Can I see myself?
Yeah, totally. You can give it to yourself.
Okay.
Huh?
Nice.
Yeah, totally. Next on up, let's see here. Zoria, you are, later on you'll find it, but you yourself will get this weapon. A hand axe called the Wildemount Spinning Cleaver. This is a magical +2 hand axe. However, you get to add your rage bonus to any thrown attack you make with it. When you throw it while raging, it hits the first target, and then it bounces off to another target within 10 feet of the first, after which it flies back to your hand. It is a +2 magical hand axe that, adds your rage bonus and is sort of perfect range weapon for a barbarian. Especially because hand axes now have the Vex property thing, so they just give you advantage immediately if you hit someone with this, which is now yours.
Hey.
Then
That's pretty tasty.
Yeah. Awesome little, throwing boomerang axe. And then finally, you yourself there, Ayla, you are brought a amulet with the symbol of the Luxon on it. This is a magical amulet called the Amulet of the Devout. a cleric only, or paladin, I suppose, item that says, while you are attuned, you gain +2 bonus to your spell attacks and spell save DC. And while wearing this amulet, you can use your channel divinity feature once without expending the feature's uses. That is your magical item.
Well, I don't have to. I don't have to make a decision because I only have 2, so I can just put it on.
Perfect. There we go. These are your new magical sort of gifts from the Vault of the Bright Queen. While you guys are looking these over, you guys can, by the way, totally add these into your character sheets. If you're having some trouble, let me know. I'll do it for you instead. Okay. While all of that was happening, we're going to jump on over elsewhere in Rossona. As the party was sort of enjoying their new home, looking over their new sort of servants and friends here, as we make our way to the Lucid Bastion, we see up ahead a vast tower, pearlescent spires of the royal palace. As we, like the audience, gonna see this place, this beautiful sort of pearlescent white stone with these bluish tint to the spires of the towers here. We see guards in enchanted sort of armors walking about, these dark elves and Duragar and such. As we approach this stunning location, we see as mages working their spells conjure great sights of victory above the city. Skywrite spells going off. As these mages fly on up and unleash the symbols of the Luxon in the skies. We hear cheers from across the city and such. As we see cavalry of like mount riders on their moorbounders and all kinds of like horses and such drive on by, holding high the flags of the Kryn dynasty and such. As great victory has been achieved and our heroes have returned. The preparations for this big celebration that's going to happen tomorrow evening in the Lucid Bastion, as we see Zoria sort of walking on in and looking around at this place. Zoria, you feel a little overwhelmed. The place is vast. The spires are almost 150 foot tall each, with guards. Like every 10 feet, there's a guard just sort of standing there, watchfully keeping an eye on everything. They see you bowing their heads, recognizing you as one of the great heroes. As you make your sort of way in, one of the guards approaches you, asks you, great hero, my lady, do you need any help? Any guidance, assistance at all?
Please, just Zoria's fine. I'm looking for Ruka and the Sky Spear.
Ah, the Dolarav. They've arrived some time ago as well. Let me bring you to their room. Please, this way. And he leads you over to this sort of quarter of the palace grounds, where sort of like guests stay, and like special guests and ambassadors and stuff like that. As you see some of these like Dolarav shamans in this kind of lobby area, just sort of sitting and having some food at the moment. As off to the side, at a table by themselves, you see Ruka, you see the Sky Spear, just sort of sitting there talking. As you enter, there's some like noise from the door opening and such, and they kind of turn and look. As they see you, Ruka's eyes immediately sort of widen in surprise as she stands up quickly and starts she like takes a few steps towards you, but then stops and kind of is in disbelief. She's just kind of staring at you. As you see the Sky Spear kind of look at you for a moment, and then stand up as well and smile after a few seconds, as you begin to approach. You see Ruka kind of look at you as you get closer, says, "You're alive. I can't believe it. They told me that after the battle something happened and you disappeared. I thought you were dead. Gone again. What happened?"
I don't really know how to explain that.
Oh,
There
it's-
was like I don't know. Ended up in another world or something for felt
Another
like forever.
world. She looks at you sort of kind of a little confused, but also kind of like overwhelmed by seeing you again. You see the Sky Spear. Steps forward, smile on her face, says, Soria, you've returned. I'm glad to hear that you are well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hmm.
I'm glad that you are all alive. Apparently, there was a rock slide that almost killed quite a few people, and Ruka saved everyone's lives.
Ruka sort of looks around and kind of smiles a bit, says, it never occurred to me that I had that kind of power in me, but when I saw those rocks coming towards us, I knew I had to do something. I wasn't the only one. Many others, the Dolarav, united together. I might have been the first one, but it doesn't mean I was the only one. And the Sky Spear sort of smiles and nods, says, it was very impressive what she did. I've never known her to be so powerful, but I was pleasantly surprised.
I'm sure you were.
I think my age might be catching up. I wasn't quite as fast to react.
And it's not without its, tragedies. They lost Captain Olios in the process.
Ruka sort of looks around and says, I've not known her much or for long at all, but she seemed decent enough to know what she's fighting for, what her purpose was in this. And the Sky Spear says, yes, quite tragic. I still wonder whatever was that happened to her. Truly tragic.
Gutted, apparently.
These malice-born, they were beasts at best. The world will prosper without them, and I think so shall we. And Ruka sort of looks at her sort of like, kind of like, doesn't say anything, but just kind of looks at her like, what do you mean? She kind of looks amongst the two of you, says, well, with our enemy in the Redwoods now gone, our people can return to our nomadic way of life. Although it seems that the bright queen of all the Kryn dynasty has extended a friendly hand. I'm guessing they're going to ask us to join them in their dynasty again, as they did before. But perhaps it is time for the Dolarav to start looking to the future. Ruka sort of looks at her and says, we've been isolated from them for so long. They've been always reaching out. Why change our minds now? The Sky Spear sort of looks off towards like the spires of the massive palace out the window. It says, something tells me that the world is not yet done changing in these drastic ways. And I think after what the Koshtask did to us, after what the Flame Hand of theirs led them to do, when the next calamity comes, we could do well with a friend as powerful as the dynasty. Ruka sort of looks at her, looks at you like, maybe. Sort of like doesn't have much of an input, but it's not exactly her kind of, it's not what she would have done type of thing, right? But sort of kind of like nods her head along as this is the Sky Spear. She looks
That's
to
never
you. Yeah.
been the way it operates, I think.
Sort of looks back to you and says, no, it hasn't. We've spent most of our time away, enjoying our peace. But then, peace was taken as an option from us. Who's to say it won't be so again? Ruka sort of looks over to you, looks back to her, says, "We've battled the orcs before, that's true. We've worked with the orcs as well. Their new leader, I'm assuming that means he's alive as well, since you are alive.
He is, yes.
Well, he seemed like an odd, if not very odd individual, but he didn't seem to want to continue our conflicts. I think we can maybe live in peace with them. I don't think we need to fear them anymore, Skyspear. She sort of like kind of nods her head off side to side, says, maybe, perhaps. Yet still, skies grow darker every day. New threats await. I
And
feel...
you would rely on someone else to fight those fights for you.
Ruka sort of looks at you a little surprised, and Skyspear stops. See a little twitch of the eyebrow, and she kind of smiles and says, "No, not rely on anyone, but having a friend is better than having an enemy,
Having a friend, sure. Sitting beneath them, bowing to them. That is a completely different thing.
Sometimes one must bow their head to their elders and superiors. You're young, but you'll come to learn this as well.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm sure I will.
I am quite surprised, I must say, Zoria. You've dodged death so many times now. I always knew you had some great potential about you. I'm certain you will come far. Maybe even be Skyspear one day.
Sooner than I think.
She sort of raises her chin, kind of looking down in your direction. Ruka sort of looks at you, kind of confused at this, looking at this tension between the two of you. She says, "The Bright Queen invited us tomorrow. Everyone that participated in this, some of the orcs, some of us here, some of the elders of the shamans here with us from the Dolarav, they intend to give us some gifts and rewards and such. I don't know what we would use those for. Their gold is no good to us in the swamps. Still, it's nice enough of them to recognize us as allies, as their friends during this battle. As I do feel these Malice-born, these children of Malice, were as much our enemies as they were theirs. They've taken so many of ours over the years. So many people have disappeared without a trace. Same as that captain. You can give me an insight roll here real fast.
As I've been listening to her conversation, I'm like, this bitch. Yeah, I'm so hella insightful here.
Yeah.
Oop, that's intimidation.
That's intimidation. We can use the roll, just apply the right bonus, right? So that's a 19 here. You sort of looking over when Ruka says like so many people disappeared, same as that captain did. Skyspear sort of just like a fraction of a second, right? Looks at her, looks back at you. Nothing else. That's all you notice. She says, "Tragic, but such is war. Lives are lost.
It's a shame when they're given up, isn't it? Betrayed by people that they trust."
Betrayed? Oh. So it looks at you kind of confused. As Ruka looks around and kind of looks at you, says, "You're talking about the children of Malice. They're known for betraying each other."
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Unfortunately, nobody in our camp was ever set to betray one another. That is where things started to not add up.
Shiharuka kind of looks confused and looks amongst the two of you. And the Sky Spear says, I believe we've
Who's that Pokemon?
conversation like before, young Zoria. You came to my tent before the final battle in a foul mood.
I did. And
I
I am
see
sorry
you're
to say that the mood is not any better than it was then.
You're still not dissuaded. Still, you doubt your leader, your Sky Spear.
She was taken from our camp. An entirely guarded camp of her own people. Heavily guarded. It would have to have been someone that she potentially trusted or saw as an ally that could ever get her to put her guard down.
Shiharuka sort of look amongst you and says, Zoria, what are you saying?
Then
And as the Sky Spear sort of looks at you and says, are the Malice born not known for their deception, their subterfuge, the work they do in the shadows?
oh, they are. But the Grin are pretty adept at finding them amongst their own.
Well,
Then there's the fact that they knew we were coming. They knew exactly where the Taskhan's forces would be. And that was when the rock slide happened.
Yes!
An entirely stable mountain came down.
Orca sort of like once again kind of looking back and forth, back and forth. You see the Sky Spear shake her head sort of like sad and says, a well-placed sabotage. Our enemies were maybe a lot more insightful than we gave them credit for. Who's to say?
And then there was your absence.
Absence?
Yeah.
Hardly. Like I said, not as young as spry as I used to be.
I know. And perhaps if you had been, that rock slide would have killed Ruka and everybody else.
She narrows her eyes at you as Ruka looks at you and says, Zoria, what are you saying? You
I'm
can't
saying
talk to the Sky Spear like that.
I can. It's just a name. It's just a title. In the end, it's how strong she is that dictates whether or not we follow her.
Ruka sort of looks back, and the Sky Spear's, again, sort of eyes locked on you here. Ruka says, it is not just strength that matters in a leader. It is knowing when strength is needed. She has led us for years. How can you accuse her of something like this?
Instinct. Seeing the situation for what it is. Not being blinded by the title that she holds and what it is supposed to mean to me.
Ruka looks back, sort of a little frightful of what's going to happen, over to the Sky Spear, and the Sky Spear shakes her head, says, you are brash. You are dangerous. You're arrogant. And you doubt the wisdom of your elders.
Is that why you sent me to
Sound-
die?
He looks at you, stares at you with sort of like odd confusion, and says, I see. Ruka, I'm afraid that this might not be Zoria that you've known. It seems that in whatever has happened to her, she has lost pieces of herself to this uninvited anger. And she seems to have chosen to put that anger forward against me, of all people. Someone who has cared for her, someone who has chosen her, her mate, her wife to be. Please, I've brought you together. What could I possibly gain? You know, I feel like I do myself and the Dolarav here a disservice by even speaking to you. You are clearly not of your own mind. You should consider your following words carefully. I'm not here to threaten you with strength or violence, like you do. You'd fit better with the Kosh task than you do with the Dolarav. I'm telling you that if you continue down this dangerous path, your return to us will end in a exile.
You're right. I overspoke.
You see,
And
you see Ruka's like looking back and forth at you guys, and she's kind of like a little tense now, like looking around, like what the fuck's going on? What? And she's looking at you a little bit in disbelief of like she sees that you're like angry and convinced of something, but this is still her sky spear, and she's here to like stand up for her.
I dishonored the station by the accusations I made. So, I will rephrase it a different way. I challenge you.
You see the rest of the Dolarav kind of look on over immediately as she squints and sort of tilts her head, kind of confused. Ruka kind of goes wide-eyed and kind of looks in your direction as the Sky Spear kind of stares at you, says, "You are serious."
I am.
Child, you are not my match. You are not old enough, wise enough, strong enough to lead. This is anger. This is wrath and rage that runs your thoughts, not wisdom, not decisiveness befitting of the Sky Spear. Before you challenge me, before you utter those words again, I want you to think what kind of leader you would make. The 20 years I've spent as Sky Spear, I've preserved our people against the orcs, against these malice folk, against the dynasty. And you walk in here, head full of rage, your knuckles gritted against your weapon. You want to challenge me and be Sky Spear.
Do I want to be Sky Spear? No, not really. But there is an injustice that needs to be fixed. And rather than murder you in cold blood, I challenge you. I give you the opportunity to prove yourself by showing your claims that you are stronger, wiser, faster, more, capable of making a decision. If all these things are true, and if everything you say is what it is, then a child like me, that cannot possibly match you, as you say, will surely be nothing for you to put down. And then my slight against you for insulting you, that'll be made right. You won't have to worry about banishing me because there won't be a me to banish.
You see her sort of looking at you intensely here. The rest of the Dolarav are like leaning on their tables and just like staring at this conversation. Ruka's like kind of like petrified, like she's stuck. This is the Sky Spear she respects, and this is Zoria that she loves, right? And she's like, what do I do here, right? She's just sort of stuck looking around. She's the hand of the Sky Spear, but you are a person extremely dear to her, and she's just sort of stuck, doesn't know what to say. The Sky Spear, leaning back in her chair, still kind of looks at you, says, and what if I'm wise enough to just say no? Will you turn to violence, like an orc would?
Not at all, but I will let you live with your cowardice that you have admitted to here in front of everyone.
Give me now an intimidation roll. Go ahead and rage and give yourself advantage.
Cool.
Damn, Zorg is cruel.
So with your 19 insight roll from before, you are the only person in the room who sees this. You're the only one person who sees it, and it's so brief and like a momentary thing. As she's sitting there and looking at you, everyone is locked in on you, on her, on you, on her. You see in her eyes, like her jaw just sort of moves slightly, her teeth kind of grinding against themselves there. And as she looks at you, there's this moment where her eyes kind of widen, and she has this like crazy look in her eye that the moment it happens, the images sort of like shooting right through each other is the same almost exact look in her eye as the head matron of the Children of Malice had, as she just sort of stares at you with this angry, crazy look in her eyes, and then it is gone, right? As she narrows her eyes again, as she says, very well, if it will prove to you, this stubborn child that you have come back to us as, that you are not fit to both rule as Sky Spear, nor to question the words of your elders. I will grant you this duel, this challenge of yours I accept. But we shall do no such violence while here in the home of these Kryn folk who have welcomed us. I think we can agree we should have our duel back in our homeland, back with the rest of the Dolarav, so they can see who their new Sky Spear could be. And she's just like staring at you. Again, you're the only one seeing like the crazy eyes, right? As you're like staring up at her.
No. We will do it before the party tomorrow. I will not allow you to disgrace these people by taking credit for something you don't deserve. You're no hero, and you will not be honored as such. Everybody I need to witness it is already here. Your hand and your most trusted.
Awesome. Give me at this point a persuasion roll, as she's like, no, we're not doing this here. There's like, this is not our country. If we kill each other here, it means nothing, right? As you insist here, go ahead and give me this roll. Persuasion.
Oh. What? It's into the session. I'm gonna reroll.
Yeah, go ahead. Remember, you have that D6 thing you can add.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Kafupple. What was it called? What did we call it?
Kafopple.
Kafupple.
Knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge.
Yeah.
Knowledge from the past life.
Past life.
Kafupple.
Actually,
Little D6 you get to add.
That's 15.
15 total. She looks to you. She's sort of shaking her head. Ruka, I think, with a 15. Ruka looks to you as well. Says, "Zoria, this is not our place. This is the Kryn. They've invited us here. They will see us as wild men and barbarians if we just fight and sort our feuds here in their platinum palaces." She looks around to the Sky Spear. Says, "Sky Spear, this is a serious allegation that she's making against you, and I respect you as our leader. But if there is even a small chance that this is true, and I trust Zoria, I'm sorry if that offends you, Skyspear, but I do trust what she says, and I don't accuse you, but I must consider her words to be true. Such is the wisdom that we've been taught by the nature and the laws of the land itself. If she suspects that you have done this,
Who's that Pokemon?
and she sort of looks back to her, looks back to you, and says, Zoria, we cannot have a battle here with our hosts looking on. And the Skyspear, if this is true, then I must ask the others, and sort of looks to the other Dolorav, says that you are not present at this dinner. If this is true, and it is later discovered to be true, that cannot be allowed. The Skyspear squints, looking at both of you here, says, very well. I will not fight you here in these foreign lands where victory means nothing. But I will not attend this meeting with this bright queen, then, if it is your will. Ruka looks to you, looks to her, like, do we have a deal here?
We do.
Ruka sort of sighs a little bit, that tension diffuses a little bit. Just as she does, Skyspear speaks up and says, this is a grievous wound to strike someone who you call your elder. I hope that once you lay defeated and I show you mercy, you will gain a new perspective. As a child being taught a lesson. But
If you manage to put me down, I will apologize for every accusation I have leveled at your feet. However, if it is my mercy that you find yourself at, you will admit to everything.
I have nothing to hide. Again, when she says that, she's looking at you. You're the only one seeing it fucking crazy eyes.
Right.
As Ruka says, I think it's better we part for tonight. And the Skyspear nod says, I think so too. Leans back in her chair again. Ruka walks up with you and like escorts you out of here, and she looks at you, says, as you walk outside, she's like quiet the whole time thinking something. When you guys are alone outside, she looks at you and she hugs you immediately. And you see tears rolling down her eyes, and she looks at you and says, I thought I lost you again.
I'm harder to kill than I think people realize. She's
Sorry,
hugging her back, by the way.
Yeah. She looks at you and says, Soria, what you're saying is, you mentioned some of it before, but she's our Skyspear. We've known her since we were little girls. I don't understand. Where's this coming from? You said...
We have...
I want to trust you. I do, but do you have proof of any kind? I trust your instinct. I do. I've always did, but without anything to show to the rest of the Dalaran, this might as well be a cold-blooded murder that you're trying to invite her to,
I have what I know to be true.
I
wish you
afraid
could
you were
see
going
it.
to say that.
I wish you could see it from my side. To know what I know, to see it from the outside like I do. To not be blinded by who and what she is.
Saw her in the battle. She was healing, aiding folk. She cast mighty spells to recover injured folk.
I just kind of like grab her by the shoulders and like give her that shake flick, focus her in.
Yeah.
Are not the children of malice extremely deceptive?
Children of Malice, they're gone. That was the war. They're
Yes,
And then
they
she sort
are.
of, it clicks, right? And what you're trying to say, and her eyes sort of widen and says, "You can't possibly be accusing her to be one of them."
One of them, maybe not, but like them, most likely. If you could see what I have seen, know this from my side, to see in her eyes what I saw in the matron, and how she looked as we were fighting her. It is all there. Every bit of it.
I'll be at your side, sir, when this duel comes. I will keep an eye on her. I will. I'll do everything I can to keep an eye on her.
I would
This is...
rather you not be with her.
Well, we can't have it both ways, can we, yeah? I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. I couldn't possibly imagine. It's too much to think about. I'll keep an eye out. You stay safe yourself and prepare yourself. She might not seem it, but she is the most powerful shaman we have. She's the Sky Spear, after all. Wilds speak through her, as they do through every Sky Spear. Although, I don't know if what you say will come to pass. If she will admit to such crimes and deeds, but I do hope, while you do lack the wisdom for it, I'm certain to call you Sky Spear.
I don't want it, but I think I'm the only one strong enough that can set it right.
I don't know. Stopping that avalanche kind of surprised myself. If you do become it, you might have another challenge coming soon after.
Then I will lay over and let it happen. And you can be it.
That's no fun, no? But, this is a lot. I need to think. I need to think back on everything. This war, this battle. Why? I don't understand her decision to join us with the dynasty now. It's been so long since they last tried. Maybe she's right. Having friends is never a bad thing. You and yours seem to have gotten this far.
There's a difference between friends and signing on for something that will change your way of life.
I've heard it happen before. A place, west of Iothia. Many hosts of Yggdrathot. They were some tribes that warred and eventually banded together against the dynasty, but then were taken over anyway. They lost the battle, and now they are slowly transitioning to becoming the followers of this light of theirs. I don't know if that's what's happening to us.
It doesn't seem right. I still don't have everything back, but this being neighbors, being allies with them, that's fine, but we are not them, and they are not us. Helping, sure, as I help them now with my own friends, but changing everything about us.
She nods. You see as she sort of looks at her forearm, every shaman, like nature spellcaster of the Dollarab, has a spirit animal tied to them. The Sky Spear has a eagle tattoo on her forearm. Ruka has a bull tattoo on her forearm. As she looks at it, she stares at it, says, "These markings, they're given to us at birth." It's as if the wilds themselves know who is to become a speaker for them. I was always told that the bull was the most difficult one, the most stubborn one, but I'm starting to think that bull might have always been your sign, and that being close to you, I've somewhat earned it. After all, dealing with you and your stubbornness has taught me a lot on how to manage many of our wrathful warriors, our enraged fighters. I just don't want to see you. And she like stops herself. She says, "I don't know what I'll do if I lose you again. But I understand you have a new person now." And she looks at this necklace of all these rings that dangle from it.
I'm trying to fix that.
Right. Well,
I found a place where I didn't have to worry about it. I could think. It's hard to speak around it. But
if it has to do with whoever it is that you have chosen, I don't think I want to know.
find Ayla. She knows what I want to say, and she can tell you, because I told her.
Right. You see her sort of kind of sigh a little defeated, and she looks up and she says, "I'll see you tomorrow then, at this celebration. But after that, we make for the moorlands, where you have to give it your all, and we'll see how it goes then." Sky Spear turns around, walks away.
Wait. And she walks forward, and she like reaches up and hand up into her hair, and she like grabs this like bead that's in there, and she like pulls it out, kind of hands it over to her.
Out of your hair. I thought you pulled it out of her hair. Gotcha.
No.
Right. I was like, oh, that's very, very forward. She looks at it, looks at the bead. What is this for?
I hope it can be words that I can't say for the time being.
She sort of chuckles and smiles looking at it. She smiles and shakes her head, says, "I know I'm the one that calls down spirits and speaks with the elements, but you're so weird." She smiles. "I'll keep it close, always. I just hope I just hope one day you can tell me why you're with someone else now. And she turns around, walks away this time. As you sort of left there, that rage now left behind you. You have your challenge. You have your fight. But still, you sort of feel this pain. Your arm sort of kind of cramps up for a moment.
Who's that Pokemon?
Your hand, your fingertips, where you touched her when you gave her this beat, kind of feel itchy, like they're burning. Like her touch is poison to you.
I can't wait to be rid of this. And I'm gonna go find our house.
You get a +2 hand axe. Comes back when you throw it.
Huzzah! That's cool!
Fuck yes. You have this magical hand axe now you get to use. As you find a party and you guys sort of reunite for the night, a wondrous dinner is prepared by a fucking kung fu master. As you meet the rest of your like guardsmen here and such, you have a wonderful feast here as you guys raise your glasses and have your dinner here. The scars of the war still linger, and while you have lost much, you have rid the world of children of malice, a faction entirely dedicating to striking one's greatest fears, taking their loved ones and using them against them. True villains exist no more because of what you all did.
Yes!
That's where we're going to end the session for tonight. Next time we pick up, we have a fancy dinner to go to, Bright Queen to meet, some titles to be gotten, and such. But this is where the story ends for tonight, with riches and with a call to duel. Okay. That was awesome, you guys. That was really fun. What a whiplash. Fucking dark battle on top of the spire. Crazy fucking Feywild times. And we're all right back fucking in it. As we return to the dark lands of Xhorhas. Where, we are victorious. But there's some shenanigans still going on. I'm very excited for the future. You guys have these new magic items. Those of you that are full on attunements, figure it out, right? You got a bunch of cool new magic stuff that you got to figure out how to use, what you can attune to, what you can't attune to now. I'll leave it up to you guys to figure all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, I want to switch my spell book, but I want to write all my spells from the old spellbook into the new
it costs
one,
some money, but it doesn't matter. You have so much, right?
Yeah,
We can do some calculations in between sessions how much money that'll cost.
And
Once
then
again, you're an elf. You don't need to sleep. You can just keep doing it until it's done for whatever time.
I did want to use the new conjure minor elementals.
Okay.
I can't grab it. The 2024 version.
Right. I'll edit that in your character sheet because it's the fucking character sheet's annoying as hell. What would you say?
Conjure minor
arcane mirror. No, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Rav pinged me in the chat. Let me get that done real fast as well. If you guys need me to add these magic items and their bonuses to your character sheets, let me know. I'll do it right away.
I'm all good on my end. I now have a plus 13 to my shots.
That's pretty good.
Ooh. What the fuck?
That's insane.
Incredible.
Because I took the fighting initiate archer ability. Fighters.
That's right. So your like attack bonuses, you're not missing. Let's just say you're not missing. And if you decide like that guy, fuck that guy in particular, you just have advantage against your sworn enemy until they're dead. But make sure you kill them because if they like fuck off or disappear, 7 days you just have disadvantage on attacks. Right? Your damage is insane, but you got to make sure to kill them
with any other weapon but the bow.
With any, if you're shooting with that bow, you could only switch to your other bow. But that bow, the +2 magic bow, you gotta put on cooldown.
Well, no, the oath bow gives me disadvantage on all attacks without that are not it. So my other bow, I have disadvantage on all my shots.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, but
Okay, let me see
let's
here.
do a little test click to see what we're doing.
How we doing?
30.
A 33. You know what? That's not bad. That's up with a +1 arrow, though. So not as bad. Ooh, look at that. Beautiful. You love to see it. All right. Real quack. Real quack. Like a real quack. Quack.
Quack.
Rav, do you have a shield equipped at the moment?
Yeah, he does. He's got the Glez's cough shield.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where it is, because I gotta disable that one to be able to give you the bonus of this. Oh, there it is. Okay, this is also a +1 shield, so I believe your AC remains the same.
Yep.
However, so it has this special ability that says, yeah, spend as many charges as the spell that just didn't work on you, and then you, like, reflect it at them, right? Which is quite fun. And also, you can just straight up use 2 points to cast the shield spell. I've added
That's
it to
what
your
I'm looking
list
at.
there as well. I'm going to add a new little counter in your resources called Arcane Mirror, and it has 8 out of 8. I'll mark it to there, but that's your charges, right? You can mark off however many you use. If you want to just use it for the shield spell, great. You just have +5 AC whenever you need. Oh my god, you have 2 reactions, I just realized.
Yes, I
so
do.
potentially, you could do shield spell. That doesn't hit me. And I go like, what about 30? And you go like, I can shield again. And have like +10 to your AC for one turn.
Is that a possibility?
Yeah, that's because you have 2 reactions. Nothing's stopping you from just doing it again.
Okay.
Mamma mia, what have I done? All right.
that little blessing from the Moonweaver bumped.
Oh, yeah.
AC to 18.
Hell yes. Jen or Zach, do you guys need me to add these magic items that up your like DC of your spells?
I already did it in my spell sheet.
You did it?
so,
Awesome.
yeah.
Jen?
No, it's just for my saving throws, right? I added it to the saving throws underneath. I just added a 2, right? That's all I add.
In the settings section, yes, you can add a +2 bonus. Wait, what are you talking about?
Global save modifier. Do I add it there?
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
I'll make it
That's
for you,
what I
so you
did.
don't need to do it, because the way you did it will add it to your like normal attack rolls. Not that you will ever make normal attack rolls, but still. Let me do it. You go over here and you just do in the top left of the character sheet settings section. You see where it says global magic attack modifier?
Yeah.
Just put a 2 in there, and in the spell save DC modifier, put a 2 in there.
Okay,
And
that's
there you go.
exactly what I did.
That's the way you do it without having to add anything extra to your character sheet.
Okay, you said to the global
Spell
magical
save
modifier.
DC and the global magic attack modifier. You'll see right under that global magic attack, there's one that says spell save DC mod. There we go. And now if you go to your spells here, mamma mia, look at that spell save DC.
That's pretty high.
Oh boy. Actually, let me see down here. Yeah, incredible. Because, your, what comes to like a 8 plus 5 for your wisdom plus proficiency of 3 plus the extra. Wait, no, it should be
4.
18 then? Do you have another thing that's like buffing your spell save DC?
I don't think so. I think it's just the I don't
Oh
know
no, sorry. You added the item. You dragged in the item, right? The Amulet of the Devout.
I did. I dragged it in. Yeah.
Right, sorry. It added the bonuses already then. It added these bonuses. We don't have to do these bonuses then at all, because it automatically adds them when you drag the item in. So, yes, this is correct. You have +10 to your spell attacks and 18 spell saves.
18 is the spell save.
Yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Because
yes, yes.
mine's 17.
Yours is
because I
a
got
plus one item because
Yeah.
your item does a little more, right? It
More,
gives you a
right.
+1 and then some other things with that reaction ability. It's not even a reaction. Whenever you cast an abjuration spell, like a shield spell, you could just give someone temporary hit points, which is pretty nice.
Well, I have a quick question before we
yes.
all log off tonight. I know because we kind of mentioned it, and I wasn't sure if it was confirmed or not.
Right. Yes,
For Sunday?
yes. I know what you're about to say here. Yes, Sunday. So Emily in our Sunday game can't make this Sunday. We're going into sort of like a big dangerous place. So we said like, hey, maybe we don't play and such. So instead, if you guys are interested, we can just do Sunday as again because last week we had the reschedule but didn't play on our normal day. This could be our sort of like reschedule of that. So as long as most of us have that game on Sunday, but Will, you said you're available. I saw in the chat, at least.
I am.
If that's the case, how do we feel about it? About just playing Sunday?
I'm
Yeah.
down.
I'm down.
Is there a time? Do we do the same time or is it a different?
I think we do this time of this game, aka an hour later from our usual Sunday game time. Is that okay with everyone?
I'm down.
Fine.
That's fine with me.
I think the only one that's really constrained right now is Emily. So,
Yeah,
I
she has to
can
bounce
I can even
sometimes.
stay up later because my company is giving us Martin Luther King Day off for the first time
Oh,
ever.
nice!
Wow.
Congrats.
That's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
Very
Usually-
cool. All right.
We don't get that.
Oh yes, sir.
That's
Oh.
nice.
Friends, that's said and done. Thank you so much for playing. Let me bounce off of video. Nope, not what I meant to do.
see how he's gone.
All right. What I meant to say is thank you all so much for playing. You guys are awesome. Love role playing. Love rolling dice with you guys. Super fun, as is every week. Now, if you thought that was a hard fight, wait till you see this next one. No, I'm
Oh
kidding.
God.
Yeah, no. Hey, man, I'm excited. I'm excited when I see that you guys are super capable and are able to handle the absolute bullshit I throw your way. That's awesome for me as a DM, right? And then you hit me with this incredible roleplay and these character moments afterwards. It's just DM delight. So, that said, GG's. Enjoy your few days before we roll again, and I will see you all on Sunday. Peace. I'm out.
Bye-bye.
Later, guys.
Night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Okay, chat. Thanks for hanging out for our Wildemount session. We're not playing Dawnguard on a Sunday because Emily, who plays Bren, is not going to be there. They are out enjoying themselves on vacation, which is awesome. But we'll be doing Wildemount instead of this session, this campaign that we did today on Sunday as well. Looking forward to that. Okay, let's go ahead and read out. And we'll see you next time. Hopefully, sometime soon, I'll do some Imbervale, but right now, my work schedule's crazy. All right. See you guys next time.